What happens when you put old folks with technology? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a regular meeting of the Newark Zoning Board of Adjustment. Today's date is Thursday, February 6th, 2025. The purpose of this meeting is to hear requests for variances from the Newark zoning and land use regulations under the authority of the municipal land use law. If you're an applicant for a D or use variance, you should be aware that such a variance can only be granted after showing that special reasons for the grant of the variance exist, and that the variance can be granted without substantial detriment to the zoning plan of the city of Newark. You should also be aware that in order to be granted such a variance, you require an affirmative vote of 5 members of the 7-member Board of Adjustment. Other variances require a majority of 4 votes to grant the variance. If you're an applicant for any variance and your variance is denied by this board, you have a right to appeal to the Superior Court of the State of New Jersey within 45 days of notice of the decision, and that court may overturn the decision of this board. If you're an objector to any type of variance and the variance is granted, you too may appeal to the Superior Court of the State of New Jersey within 45 days of the decision of this board. If you do file an appeal of the board's decision, we ask that in addition to complying with any notice required by statute or court rule, that you serve a copy of your pleadings on the zoning board secretary. Pursuant to the requirements of the Open Public Meetings Act, also known as the Sunshine Law, adequate notice of this meeting was provided by notifying the Star Ledger, the Jersey Journal, the Newark City Clerk, and posting a copy on the bulletin board in the basement of Newark City Hall. In addition to adequate notice under the Open Public Meetings Act, electronic notice of this remote public meeting was placed on the City of Newark's website as permitted by state statute. Members of the public may notify the host that you would like to ask a question or make a statement by using the raised hand feature located at the bottom of your computer screen or mobile device. If you are calling on the telephone, you can dial *9 to alert us that you would like to ask a question or make a statement. These proceedings, if an appeal is taken from these proceedings, we have to provide a copy of the official transcript to the Superior Court. The chat is not part of the official transcript. So we'd ask that you refrain from using the chat so that we can make sure that your question, the answer to your question, or the statement that you make is properly recorded in the official transcript. Additionally, when you use the chat, it pops up. It's akin to speaking out loud out of turn if we were meeting in private. So again, respectfully, I ask that you refrain from using the chat. The meeting of the Board of Adjustment will now come to order. Madam Secretary, will you please call the roll?
Member Hall.
Present.
Member Hardesty.
Present.
Member Comesañas.
Present.
Member Cobian.
Present.
Member Torres.
Present.
Chair Font.
Present. I wonder if we can just make sure that we put the link available to some of our members who are having a little trouble logging on. If you could do that, I appreciate it, Ms. Mejia. Are there any requests for adjournments or postponements? Requests for adjournments or postponements. If any requests, please use the raise hand feature at the bottom of the computer screen. I see. Ms. Perez, which case are you asking for an adjournment on which case?
ZBA 24-54, which is a pending application, 45-47 Beaumont.
Right. This is ZBA-24-54, 45-47 Beaumont Place. Are there any persons that have an interest in this application? If you have any interest in this application, can you please raise your hand. And thank you, Mr. Caponegro, for using the chat. If anyone has an interest in this case, could you please identify yourselves by using, yep, raising the hand. I see 10 raised hands. Let's bring them in. I think that's everybody who agreed to be brought in. Is that correct, Ms. Mejia? Okay. So, Ms. Mejia, how many raised hands were there?
10.
10. Is there anyone of who was just brought in that is not brought in to be an objector? If you're not here as an objector and you just brought in, can you identify yourselves by raising your hands now? Okay, I see no raised hands. Let the record, Mr. Cordero. Hands down. Okay, let the record reflect that there are 10 objectors. Counsel.
Okay, good evening, members of the board. Jennifer Carrillo Perez of Connell Foley on behalf of AMD LLC. We are before you this evening asking for an adjournment of this application. This matter also has an accompanying pending litigation that I do not want to go into, and I ask that that is not be brought onto the record. But just in an effort to resolve any outstanding items before we proceed, we'd ask for the courtesy of an adjournment to the next meeting date. We hope to have that resolved in the next month or so, and with that, we ask for the board's courtesy in allowing us to resolve that.
Ms. Reed, so what counsel is asking for is an adjournment. The only we really don't get into the facts of the case. If you want to speak to the adjournment only, you'll be heard briefly. Ms. Reed, can you state your name and your address for the record, please?
Yeah, Kimberly Reed. I'm at 302 Montclair Avenue. Our backyard is one of the backyards that was affected by the collapsed retaining wall that was built by AMD.
That
I've seen some.
that is stricken. That is not a factual statement, and I don't want that on the record. Thank you.
There is a retaining wall.
Okay, Ms. Reed,
Yeah.
do you have?
So, yeah, I would just say, without getting into the facts of the case, which do involve a retaining wall, that is independent of these questions about zoning. So if we are here to discuss zoning variances, which is my
No,
understanding that we're here to do tonight.
Right now, Ms. Reed, we're here to discuss council's request for an adjournment. Do you want to be heard as to that?
I do, because we're talking about an adjournment of the zoning variances, correct?
An adjournment of this
So
application, yeah.
if this case has nothing to do with the zoning board and those variances that are being requested, we might as well proceed instead of engaging in delay tactics again.
Thank you. Ms. Jones?
Hi, I am in 302 Montclair as well. I would like to know if we're going to keep running this drill where we ask for everybody's attention to show up to one of these meetings and we have yet another adjournment. Can we please get Ms. Carrillo Perez to commit to actually following through with the next meeting that we proceed with?
You're talking about a community meeting, Ms. Jones?
With this meeting, this is the second meeting that we've had
yeah.
many people show up to, and their legal counsel has postponed. So this is a big waste of time for everyone if they're going to keep playing these games.
Understood. Thank you. Mr. McCovey. I'm sorry, Mr. Covey.
You're muted.
You're muted, sir. Or we can't hear you. Nope. Try and work those out. Screen name Montclair Avenue. Can you state your name and address for the record?
Hi, yes. Shay Douglas, 306 Montclair Ave. I'm also one of the homes that was affected by the retaining wall.
Thank you.
And I was questioning because we were supposed to see the sign for this meeting posted. They said at the last meeting, and she was there, council, that they would post it. There's no posted sign. We did not get a letter in the mail. So again, the delay, they're playing games as delay tactics, and we're not putting up with that. So I asked the council to go back, or the board to take that into consideration, that they're playing games with people's lives and livelihoods, and this is just unacceptable. So do the right thing and let us go about our lives, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Covey, you want to try one more time? Nope. Screen name Chris Etler.
Hi, this is Sarah Voichness. I'm at 830-832 DeGraw Avenue. I wanted to speak to what the requirements and also the courtesy of the past adjournment was. I believe there was a mention that there would be a mailed notice on when the follow-up was. And out of respect for all of the objectors here, we didn't even see that as the bare minimum to allow us to show up during the next proposed hearing and actually be heard, because there are some individuals here that have some more pressing matters rather than just people that want to come here and understand what's happening in our neighborhood.
Thank you. Mr. Covey, any luck?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, very good.
Great. Yeah, I'm just objecting to this delay, and I think that this should be heard tonight because at the last meeting, this was delayed for the litigation as well. Basically, there was some sort of hearing that was being held. So I don't think that we should, keep delaying this every single time, and it should just go ahead and be heard.
Understood. Ms. Reed, you have another thing you want to address?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if council could confirm that the litigation that's going on has nothing to do with the zoning. It's a completely separate issue. So if that is the case,
It is
we
not.
should move forward tonight.
Yeah, I apologize. Without going into detail, it's a site plan review that includes that area of a retaining wall that pertains to that litigation. So it actually is very related. And just for the record, we did provide the legal notices through regular mail because it was adjourned on the record for the last one. I did confirm with the client and I had a photograph of the sign. He hasn't checked it to see if it's come down, but with this request for an adjournment, it is related. That wall area is related to the site plan, which is why we're asking for an adjournment. And then, Mr. Chairman, this would be the last request for an adjournment that we would request. And I'm happy to do the notices again via regular and certified mail. And we'll confirm that the sign will be put on for the next available hearing date, but it is absolutely related to it. And so I don't want to go into greater detail on it, but it is.
So counsel, are you suggesting that you would have this marked preempt?
I apologize. It skipped on my end. I apologize.
Are you suggesting that this matter be marked preempt if the board does agree to adjourn it again?
I will. I'll agree to that.
Ms. Reed, this will be your last question.
Okay. Appreciate the opportunity to address this because, in our opinion, as people involved in the litigation, it has nothing to do with zoning. You can see that by reading the planner's report and looking at page 9 and refer to the variances that they're requesting. They're requesting a front yard variance, a rear yard variance, impervious coverage variance, but they are not requesting a variance to the side yard. The retaining wall in question that is involved in this litigation is in the side yard. So what they're saying is that they are not requesting a variance for anything that has to do with the retaining wall in their own materials.
Thank you. Mr. Cordero.
Good evening, sir. How are you? Good evening, everyone. I'm a neighbor and I'm directly behind. Our home is impacted. We are a historic property of matching homes that are directly behind. And the firm, I'm going to Gomez, the firm there, the individuals, they have dug under our property. We've been trying to get this matter. It makes no sense. We've been 24 years in this nonsense. We have new people there. They're trying to put up a new house. They want to make a change. We don't understand what's going on. It looks like they need to remedy Kim and all of the other neighbors who've been impacted. They need to put a retaining wall on their property of sufficient and significant structure.
Mr. Cordero,
I don't see that being addressed.
Mr. Cordero,
Yes,
can you speak to the request for adjournment only?
it should not be adjourned for this particular reason, what I just stated. They're not addressing that. They want to put that house up come hell or high water, but they're not addressing the neighbors that they've impacted. We're in the historic district. That property is not historic. It is not in Forest Hill. Our property line that they actually dug in and damaged our property is in. So we need to have that resolved before they even move on.
I hear you. I understand your concern. That's the damage to your property is really not something that's within the jurisdiction of this board. I see no other hand raised, so what is Ms. Douglas, you spoke once before. I'm gonna make you the last speaker on this.
Okay.
And then we'll move forward. Yes.
Thank you so much. I do apologize. I think for everyone here, because it's such a waste of time, maybe your client should go back and repair the damage that they
That's
caused.
part of the litigation,
Douglas,
Chairman.
Ms.
I
Douglas.
apologize.
And then come back
Ms.
to
Douglas, Ms.
and-
Douglas.
and then
Ms.
adjourn.
Douglas, Ms. Douglas.
Okay.
It has nothing to do with the motion before us, okay? But if you want to give counsel advice, call her at her law firm.
She needs it. She needs it.
Okay, counsel, okay. All right, folks, you know what? Throwing these kind of comments doesn't move us forward. There's a motion here for an adjournment. council has agreed to have the matter marked preempt. This would be, how many adjournments, Ms. Perez?
This would be the second one. That's
This would be the second, this would be the second adjournment. Council, there's been some confusion, well, some of the folks have said that regular mail letters weren't sent out and that the sign with the new date was not placed there. Now, this is not required by the statute. It's something the board appreciates as a neighborly thing that applicants do. It also is something that I would ask you to agree to as a condition for an adjournment. Additionally, you noted that you agree to mark this matter preempt. And I apologize for using that term. Preempt is a term that we use that means that at the next date, this matter will either proceed or be dismissed. And that is something your client, you're agreeing to on behalf of your client, Ms. Perez?
I am.
So with those conditions, is there any discussion from the board regarding this matter? If there's none, may I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Now, before we get to a motion, I should ask Ms. Mejia, what's the next open date?
April 3rd.
So council, as a condition of approval, if this passes, as a condition of approval, you must send regular mail letters to all the folks within the 200-foot radius. And as a condition of approval, your client also has to paste the new date for this hearing on the sign on the property. And the matter will be marked by Ms. Mejia as not try or dismiss, proceed or dismiss.
Understood.
And that and you agree to all those. Is that correct, counsel?
I agree to the conditions. I am actually out of town on the 3rd. And so if I can have what the next available date would be, it's just that would be, I'm unavailable that day. It has nothing to do with the client.
All right. I don't have my sheets with me. Ms. Mejia?
April 17th.
April 17th. Does that work for you, counsel?
It will.
Jack? Okay.
I wish I would not, I would be, yeah, that should work. And again, it would be, the meeting would be in the evening, as long as Ms. Mejia provides us with the Zoom instructions, we will follow all of the conditions as she will, I'm sure she will.
How about if it's that's inconvenient for us?
Who's speaking? Who's not? We don't do
Kimberly
that.
Reed.
We don't do that here. We
Okay,
don't
I'm
do that
sorry.
here. Okay? We have a motion on the floor. May I have a second?
Second.
We have a second, motion Hall, second Comesañas, call the roll, please.
Member Hall.
Yes.
Member Hardesty.
Yes.
Member Comesañas.
Yes.
Member Jones.
Yes.
Member Cobian.
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford.
Yes.
Chair Alphont.
Yes. Matters is adjourned to April 17th with conditions of regular mail to all persons within 200 feet. Posting the new date on the sign on the property, and the matter is going to be marked proceed or dismiss. Thank you. Are there any other requests for adjournments or postponements? And thank you, community, for coming out. This is, and I know it's frustrating, but just by coming out tonight, you were able to put, you were able to get the board to place restrictions on this case. That's unusual very unusual. I think it's the first time I've ever seen these restrictions placed on a request for an adjournment. Council, Calla. And Ms. Reed, you're killing me, Ms. Reed. What? Quickly, please.
The same restrictions were placed at our last meeting, that they would do mailings into a public posting. That did not happen.
Thank you. Ms. Ketchens.
Good evening. My name is Calla Ketchens with Souter Law Group. We represent the applicant for the application number ZBA 24-16.
Okay, this is application ZBA 24-16, 282 First Avenue. Are there any persons with any interest in this application? If so, please identify yourselves by raising your hand. You can do so by using the raised hand feature on your at the bottom of your computer screen. I'd ask you to do so now. I see two raised hands. Commissioner Torres, you have a. Is your hand raised, Commissioner Torres? No? Okay. I saw two raised hands. Mr. Jimenez has declined to be responded. Screen name. Christina Sukaran. Ms. Sukaran, can you give us your name, and I'm sorry if I mispronounced it, and address, please, for the record.
Krishna Sukaran,
I'm sorry, Mr.
276 First Avenue in Newark,
And
New
you,
Jersey.
yeah, forgive me. And I am, and you are appearing as an objector, sir?
Yes.
Okay, great. Counsel.
Yes, good evening. As stated, we represent the applicant Susan Bessa for the ZBA 24-16. We requested adjournment. We were retained pretty recently, and we would like to have our professional team address some issues that were found in the various reports that we received from the city. We have provided notice. We have the proof of service packet was delivered yesterday on the 5th of February.
Yeah, Mr. Sukaran, do you have counsel's phone number at their office?
No.
Counsel, can you provide your office phone number to Mr. Sukaran? Mr. Sukaran, you don't have to, but you may want to reach out to counsel to address, to appraise counsel of your concerns. Maybe they can be ameliorated. But of course, just a suggestion, you don't have to do that if you care not.
Yeah, I would like to get the phone number.
Would you like me to provide this in the chat? I can also say that.
You can provide it in the chat.
All right, so our number is 973-500-2030. I'm also providing it in the chat for you.
Did you get that, Mr. Sukaran?
It's Mr.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought I said that. We did make that mistake at first, and please forgive me. Date, Ms. Maya?
April 3rd.
Would we be able to do it for April 24th?
The 24th?
Yes.
Ms. Maya?
Yes.
And may I preserve notices on record?
Counsel, wonder if your client would agree to resend with the new date via regular mail to everyone on the notice list and put the new date on the board on the site, both as conditions of approval for this potential adjournment grant. Is that something you'll agree to, council?
Yes, we'll agree to that.
Okay, may I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Comisarios, second, may I have a second?
Second.
Second, Kobian, call the roll, please.
Member Hall,
Yes.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Comesaña,
Yes.
Member
Reserve.
Jones,
Could you repeat that last, Ms. Mejia?
Member Jones. Member Cobian,
Yes.
Member Torres,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Yes.
Chair Alphonse.
Yes, matter is adjourned with those two conditions to April 24th.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Have a
you.
good evening.
Good evening. Are there any other requests for adjournments or postponements? If so, raise your hand. I see no further raised hands. I'm going to ask council to assume the position of chairperson pro tem for the purpose of reorganization of the board. Council.
Thank you, Mr. Alphonse. Good evening, everyone. This is the reorganization meeting for the Newark Zoning Board of Adjustment. At this time, I will be taking up a nomination for chair for the year 2025. May I have nomination for board chair for this year, 2025? Please.
I would like to nominate Charles Affont for chair.
I would like to second that nomination.
Are there any other nominations? Madam Secretary, may I take a vote upon the nomination of chair for 2025?
Member Hall,
Yes.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Comesañas,
Absolutely, yes.
Member Cobian,
Yes.
Member Torres,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford.
Yes.
Congratulations, Mr. Alphonse. You're now the chair for the year 2025. Next, may I have a nomination for vice chair for the year 2025?
I'd like to nominate Julius Montfort for vice chair.
I second.
Are there any other nominations? Madam Secretary, may I have a motion to vote upon the nomination of vice chair for the year 2025?
Yes, Member Hall,
Yes.
Member Hardesty,
I'm thinking, okay, yes.
Member Comesañas,
Yes.
Member Cobian,
Yes.
Member Torres,
Yes.
Chair Alphonse.
Yes.
Congratulations, Mr. Mumford, our new vice chair.
Thank you, board.
Um,
Mr. Chairman, I'll pass it on to you.
Thank you, council. Does Miss Jones was with us, wasn't she? And I think she's dropped off. Could we make sure that she has the correct logon, Madam Secretary? And while you're doing that, call the first case too at the same time, please.
Yes.
I'm sorry Mr. Chair, I believe we have to vote on the board council for the year 2025. Do we make the nomination now or? At the end.
Was that? Yeah, I thought.
Yeah,
we
that
were-
was in our email.
Yeah, the
Was it?
contract is in the email.
It is.
So we have a resolution, right, Ms.
Yes.
Mckley? Okay. Why don't you read the resolution?
1 second while I pull it up.
Thank you. We got Ms. Jones.
Resolution authorizing contracts for the general counsel to the zoning board of adjustment of the city of Newark, New Jersey for the year 2025. The firms that are named in the resolution are the law firms of Plata Law Group LLC and All Waters Law Firm LLC.
Thank you. All those in favor of extending the contract for counsel for the zoning board for an additional year? Well, we have a resolution. Can I get someone to move that resolution?
Move it.
Moved by Vice Chair Montford, seconded by Commissioner Comisarios. Call the roll, please.
Member Hall,
Yes.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Comisarios,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Cobian,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Yes.
Chair Font.
Yes. I'm glad you're gonna stay on this Zoom. Miss all voters. Call the first case, please.
The time is now 6:53 PM. The first item on tonight's agenda is ZBA 21-47, located at 9-13 Hobson Street, block 3066, lot 9 in the South Ward. The applicant is Ricardo Sosa for 9-13 Hobson Street LLC. In the R2 zone, the applicant proposes new 4-story, 10 residential unit dwelling with 5 parking stalls. Low-rise multifamily dwellings are not permitted in the R2 zone. Applicant is seeking a D1 use variance. C variances for insufficient lot size, insufficient lot width, insufficient side and rear yard setbacks, insufficient front and rear facade transparencies, exceeding maximum lot coverage, and insufficient on-site and shade trees. Site plan approval is required. This application was previously approved on August 18, 2022. The applicant is requesting 2 one-year extensions.
Counsel for this matter, is counsel on this extension matter here? Is that you, Ms. Carrillo Perez?
It is not. I apologize.
Ms. Mejia, who's counsel on this?
Mr. Hockaday, but he doesn't seem to be on the attendee side.
Mr. Steve Hockaday? Okay, let's second call this. Let's call the next matter.
The time is now 6:55 PM. The next item on tonight's agenda is ZBA 24-71, located at 25-27 Roseville Avenue, block 1873, lot 1 in the West Ward. The applicant is HBP Rain Foundation. In the R3 zone, the applicant proposes an amendment to previously approved application. Applicant is seeking approval to permit a community residence containing 11 units for chronically homeless individuals who identify as LGBTQ. Applicant is seeking a D1 use variance to permit community residence for individuals whom are chronically homeless and identify as LGBTQ in the R3 zone, and C variances for insufficient front yard setback, insufficient side yard setback, and insufficient off-street parking. Site plan approval is required. This application was previously adjourned from the January 9th, 2025 hearing to this date.
Chair, you're muted.
We get one more chance doing that tonight. The board made the following findings of fact with respect to 25-27 Roseville Avenue. It's currently bound by Roseville Avenue, Sussex Avenue, North 7th Street, and West Market Street. The lot area is approximately 4,999 square feet. The surrounding land uses consist of residential and institutional uses. Council, is your entire team in?
Looking now, I need Ian Burton from Mid-Atlantic, Mary Johannesson from Thriven, John McDonough, Elaine Helms, here's Ian, perfect. Mary, and the last one is the representative from the Rain Foundation, is Elaine Helms.
Is everyone in now?
I see our professionals. I don't see our representative from the entity, but Elaine Helms, she's executive director. You see it under.
Helms, if you're here, if you could use the
There
raise
you go.
hand feature.
She's on now.
Good. This is application ZBA -24 71 25 27 Roseville Avenue. Are there any objectors to this application? If so, please raise your hand. You can do so by using the raise hand feature located at the bottom of your computer screen. If you're on the telephone, you can do so by pressing *9. We ask you to do so now. And yeah. I see no raised hands. Is that correct? Ms. Mejia,
Yes, there are no raised hands.
counsel?
Good evening, everyone. Jennifer Carrillo Perez of Connell Foley on behalf of the HBP Rain Foundation of New Jersey, which is a New Jersey nonprofit. They are the applicant, owner, and the designated redeveloper of this property. On October 6, 2022, the zoning board voted application 2230 on behalf of the applicant for this project. This application was before you. Specifically, the board granted C variance relief to construct this three-family, multi-family community. At that point, it was community residence consisting of 11 one-bedroom units for the purpose of housing homeless individuals who identify as developmentally disabled and LGBTQ on the property. I apologize, who identify as homeless individuals. Specifically, this board granted various approvals, including those, and site plan was not a part of it by virtue of the specific language as a community resident. It fell within the requirements of the statute. The board also granted earlier, late last year in December, an extension of those prior approvals. And we were able to secure compliance review from all of the city departments, and Ms. Mejia provided us with the bond calculation to proceed. Unfortunately, since that time, the funding has changed on this project. The applicant has secured compliance, and while in the process of submitting for permits, DCA funding changed certain definitions and terms with respect to the guidelines for this project. So we're before you this evening, not necessarily on an amendment to the project. The project remains exactly the same. We are not seeking to modify anything that was received as an approval, nor the compliance. The amendment is limited to the removal of the community residence, those two words, in the description of the resolution. By doing that, Mr. Chair, those two words trigger a variance, the use variance. And so this project is no longer deemed a community residence under the definition for DCA for financing and doesn't meet that same definition before the board for zoning purposes. So the application before you this evening is simply to construct a three-story multi-family building consisting of the 11 one-bedroom affordable units for chronically homeless individuals who identify as LGBTQ. So we are no longer looking to have this identified as a community residence, and we certainly want to make sure we address that, and that is limited to a definition issue and also the language with respect to developmentally disabled. So again, the applicant is simply here on an amendment to the language which triggers this variance. The proposed building is exactly as previously approved. And we do have our three professionals to discuss the project to give an overview of the relief that's being requested, which is exactly the same as what was presented previously. We have Ian Burton of Mid-Atlantic Engineering Partners, who's going to provide you an overview on the site conditions. Mary Johannesson from Thriven Design, who's going to walk you through the architectural design. And Mr. John McDonough, who's going to be able to provide us with an analysis with respect to the relief sought as it relates to the D1, as well as the other C variances. We'll go through that iteration since this board did grant that relief already, and it still remains valid under the guise of the extension we received. So with that said, I'd like to just note for the record that we received the report from Mr. Traficante from the Department of Engineering, January 9th, 2025. And I believe Mr. Hazel's report defers back to the original report of 2022 because we satisfied those conditions. So I'd like to call Mr. Burton as our first witness, please, from Mid-Atlantic Engineering. Mr. Chair, you're muted again.
This time I knew I was muted. I just,
Okay, good. I'm sorry.
I just did see a remark that kind of stunned me. Okay. And your architect is your first,
No, our engineer, Mr. Burton.
Burton. Mr. Burton, okay. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to call you an architect, Mr. Burton. Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you state your name, give us your address, and your relationship to this application, please?
Sure. Ian Burton from Mid-Atlantic Engineering. We're the site civil engineers for the project. I live at 68 Orchard Street in Summit, New Jersey. And I'm a professional licensed engineer in the state of New Jersey since 2017 with a Bachelor's of Science degree in civil engineering from the College of New Jersey in 2012.
Mr. Burton, have you testified before this board before?
I have.
And is your engineering license in full force and effect in the state of New Jersey?
It is.
We'll accept Mr. Burton as an expert in the field of engineering counsel.
Thank you. Mr. Burton, if you can for the board, provide the board with an overview of the existing site location.
Sure. It's we're located at the southeast corner of Roosevelt and Sussex Avenue. It's a 0.11 acre lot. It's currently undeveloped. It's known as Block 1873, Lot 1 at I don't know if I said this, 25 Roosevelt Avenue.
Okay. And your office prepared the plans that were submitted as part of this application, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And if you can, please walk the board through the site approval, the site plan as previously approved that we are maintaining for this application.
Sure. As stated before, it's a 3-story, 11 apartment, one bedroom each building with office and residential lounge on the first floor. We have pedestrian access on Sussex Avenue and Roosevelt Avenue. Stairs in the center of the building faces on either side with an accessible ramp on Roosevelt Avenue. There's some trash storage on the east side of the building. We have not proposed any off-street parking, though there are bus stops in the area.
Mr. Burton?
Yes.
Do you have plans that you could share with us?
Sure.
I apologize. That's where I was heading. If you prepared the plans, if you can walk them through showing them.
Yes, I apologize. Let's see. Screen 3. I do believe, I don't know if I confirmed these. I downloaded these on the website, so I believe these exhibits were posted 10 days ahead of time.
Correct.
Okay, so I'm sorry. So to reiterate what I stated earlier, we're at the corner of Roosevelt Ave and Sussex Avenue. So this is the surrounding area, and the next exhibit is the overall layout. So again, I apologize. We're on Sussex and Roosevelt with pedestrian stairways at the center of each building, an accessible ramp at the bottom on Roosevelt Avenue. We have some trash location on the east side of the building. The building has some landscaping in the front. Generally, the lot slopes from Roosevelt Avenue towards Sussex Avenue. So our building is located at kind of grade in between it. So we have a rear retaining wall to our neighbors, and this pedestrian walkway along the frontage is raised slightly above Sussex Avenue. We'll have.
Go ahead, I apologize.
No, sorry. We will have, water and sewer utilities coming from the front of the building to Sussex Avenue, and we'll work with the, local gas and electric. I believe there's utilities in both frontages. We'll replace the sidewalk and curb along the entire frontage. And we'll work with the engineering department to make sure that our stormwater management design, which includes an underground storage system in the corner, complies with the Newark's codes to meet minor development regulations with connections into the existing storm sewer in Sussex Avenue.
Okay, good. And so, Mr. Burton, I just want, for the record, Mr. Chairman, I know they were listed as exhibits. I'm just going to mark them. They were posted on the site as well as A1, just for the record. And it consists of 2 sheets. Is that correct, Mr. Burton?
That's correct.
Okay, great. Since you have this up, the applicant is not requesting any additional relief as it relates to landscaping. We satisfy the conditions. Is that correct?
Just to make sure I understand, there are 2 comments, and we have requirements for trees along the frontage and trees within based off of the width of the property. So we're going to work with, we've spoken to the engineering department, and we'll work with the city arborist to make sure that what we have available can, we can maximize the trees available. So I believe there's 4 required for the frontage, and we have 5, but there's 6 required on site, and but we're proposing 5 along the front.
Okay, all right.
So you're short 1 tree?
I guess technically we'd be short 5 trees because it's 4 for the frontage and 6 along the front width. A total of 10, and we have 5 along the front.
And that's by virtue of the configuration of the lot, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so you've spoken to Mr. Trafficante on this, is that correct?
Correct.
And then we've agreed to meet with the city arborist to see how we can maximize the amount of landscaping we can put on site given the building. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Are you familiar with the term urban desert, Mr. Burton?
I am. 2 weeks ago, you had educated me on this on a similar project.
Right, but here you are again, and 5 trees short. I think there was just some more scientific, some new scientific research done on urban deserts and the failure to provide trees. And if I'm recalling correctly, and as you see from my failure to remember if I'm muted or not, that gets harder and harder. But if I remember correctly, it talked about how providing trees, especially in urban areas, helps to reduce the occurrence of asthma. Are you familiar with that, Mr. Burton?
I am not.
No. I think that's what the recent scientific research says here. So you're 0 for 2 on trees, Mr. Burton. I don't think you want to stay like that. You got to do better. Got to do better. Got to do
Noted.
better in our city. I guess there must be something that you could do here that would see the importance of trees to our city and get them in here. Putting money in the tree fund is not enough. Coming forward with designs that permit those trees to be planted are really what we need here. But council?
Yes, we will agree to work with the arborists, and we've met with the Department of Engineering. So we will do better. So we do apologize, but I did want to note for the record, what you're seeing, Mr. Burton, just to clarify, was previously presented to this board, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then with respect to, you've indicated, we've discussed landscaping, the lighting of this project will also comply with the city ordinances. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And then you've received the comments from the report from the Department of Engineering. Is that correct?
Correct.
And with respect to the comments from the original memo from that we received from the city in June 15, 2022, with respect to water and sewer, were we able to address those comments?
We were.
Okay. And addressing planning comments from the memorandum of June 13, 2022, we've addressed those comments. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And as it relates to the report we received for this filing from the Department of Engineering, had you had an opportunity to meet or discuss this project with Mr. Trafficante or the Department of Engineering?
Yes.
Okay. And can you just represent whether you were able, if you're able to meet the requirements that are noted in his report?
We can work with him to make sure that everything related to his comments is compliant.
Okay.
I think I guess the one note would be our encroachments.
I'm sorry?
I guess I just want to note that we have previously proposed stairwells that encroach in the right of way that we're seeking waivers.
Correct. And those were presented at the prior application, correct?
Correct.
All right. And Mr. Trafficante's report now indicates he'd like us to relocate them or remove them. Is that your understanding?
Correct.
Okay. And so unfortunately, board members, we'd just like to note that with the exception of that item, we can comply with all conditions. This building was fully designed, reviewed, and received compliance approval. So we are not looking, it's a nonprofit organization. We're not looking to redesign this building. The amendment is limited to kind of the description of the project. So we will respectfully request a waiver on that item. I believe there was an additional item listed in his report that is not technical in nature, where he discusses adding the city as an easement or an additional insurer with respect to the insurance policy for this property. And again, that's not something that's required by the ordinance. I'd also like to note that the property was acquired from the city of Newark. They maintain a deed restriction, reverter provision on the deed. And we also had to list them as an additional insurer already when we were acquiring the property. So I say that to say, under the guise of the redevelopment agreement, we still have insurance where the city is listed as an insured, as an additional insurer.
So council, except as to those issues, you agree to comply with the requirements of the set by the engineering department as a condition of approval?
We do.
Thank you,
Thank
council.
you. I have no additional questions for Mr. Burton.
Are there questions for Mr. Trafficante?
Yes, sir.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and title for the record.
My name is Charles Trafficante. I am a principal engineer and a professional engineer. I am currently working for the City of Newark, Department of Engineering. My license is active and in good standing with the State Board.
Thank you, Mr. Trafficante.
As Mr. Burton noted, we did have some communications. Matter of fact, I received an email from him Tuesday. He had 6 questions or points he raised in an email on February 4th. Most of which can either be addressed by the city arborist, all right, and questions about lighting and questions about fencing along a retaining wall, which I would defer to the building department, requiring fencing along retaining walls, where and when. But there was a correspondence, and the assistant director of engineering did send an email to the applicant's attorney bringing up the issue of the encroachments. These are all proposed encroachments. These are nothing existing. Usually we're dealing with existing encroachments. So it's the Department of Engineering's strong recommendation that since this is all proposed, there is room. The building is set back at least 5 feet from the property line. we have reason to believe you can fit those stairs and landings within the property that it serves. So granted, this was heard back in whenever, all right, but at that time, site plan review and approval was not required. Ergo, you now got our comments, trust me. If site plan review and approval was required 3 years ago, you would have been told everything you're reading now 3 years ago. So I strongly urge the board to, as a condition, they have them relocate those stairs on the property. Again, this is all proposed. It doesn't exist. If it was existing, it'd be another issue. Existing, they could argue existing condition, all right? But there's no reason we saw, since there is room to put all these encroachments, stairs, landings within this lot, since that's the property it serves. So the other point to be brought up by me, Mr.
Council, you wanna, can you address that? before we
Yeah,
move on?
I mean, I would say that, I didn't see the email and I just looked, it was sent maybe, an hour before the meeting, so I apologize, I didn't get a chance to review it. But I will note that while the application, today has those encroachments, it's the same application with the same relief. And we received that relief already. And so while I understand the concern of Mr. Trafficante, we are really not proposing any changes. That wasn't the intent. And our architect and engineer looked at this when it was initially mentioned in the report, and they had discussions on it. The position of the applicant was that they cannot accommodate it. And if I can just, I'm not sure if all the members were the same members, but we actually moved the stairs during that hearing to accommodate this particular location during the board meeting. And so, the project was designed and modified to address the concerns of the board at that time, and we really are not looking to do that. We're before the board for relief on the change for the title for this, affordable project to serve this population. And I think by doing that, it would hurt the project more because we'd have to redesign it and essentially go back and incur those additional costs with respect to it. So I respectfully say that that's where we are requesting a waiver. We will, in the sense that we're not intending to do that, to make a modification to the building design.
Commissioner Messinas, did you have your hand raised?
So the current location of the steps was in
Can we see
reply to a
that?
concern previously expressed. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, is everyone okay?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so what you're stating is that the current location of the steps was in response to a concern previously brought up.
It was during the board, correct, and Mr. Burton was, and his company was here, and the revisions were made during the course of the testimony. Is that correct, Mr. Burton?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Trafficante, can you be more specific as to what your concern is? And is that the best depiction you have, the best drawing you have that shows the situs of these stairs, Mr. Burton?
Yes, let me reshare my screen, but this is generally the best rendering I have available, with steps in the center of the building, face on either side.
No, Mr. Burton, do you have your site plan itself or the survey you can provide just so that they can see it without the landscaping? Maybe it's cleaner for them to actually see. Yeah, there we go. And again, Mr. Chair, these are the plans that were submitted, so we don't have to mark them.
So could you just put your cursor over the stairs?
Sure. There's the front stairs in the center of the building along Sussex.
Right.
So there's a handful I can count, and then a few less stairs, but on the center of the building on Roosevelt Avenue.
Right.
And then one.
And the handicap ramp.
And then there's a handicap ramp to the south of that.
Ms. Trafficante, can you specify your concerns now?
Well, it's obvious. I went over this with the assistant director. We believe those stairs that encroach into, I believe it's Sussex Avenue. Yeah, roughly, they're over by a good 6 feet. That's a lot. That is a lot. But the biggest concern, as you probably figured, is what they're gonna do to indemnify the city from litigation should anyone slip and fall down those stairs. Again, this is all proposed. They do not exist. So again, it looks good on paper and all, but there is room, and they do show the front of that building at least 5 feet back inside the property line.
So, Mr. Trafficante, talking about those stairs on Sussex Avenue, though, those stairs are currently on property owned by the city and
No,
outside.
that's just it. This is all proposed. This has not been built yet, has it?
That's not what I asked, Mr. Trafficante. The stairs, as we're looking at this design,
Right.
they're on city property. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes,
And they are outside of the property line, owned or under the control of this applicant. Is that correct?
correct. They're in the public right of way.
Right. So, counsel, is it your position that this board has the jurisdiction to provide relief, allowing your client to build on property that belongs to the city?
No, Mr. Chair, what we indicated during the last time is we would approach the city council, because that we would have to go through council approval for us to get this board is not authorized with that, the municipal council is. And so we had indicated we would go to that board, to that body to make that request.
So, Ms. Trafficante, thank you for picking this up. I think it goes to, does it also, that concern extend to the stairs on Roseville Avenue?
And the handicap ramp, though they're not as excessive, not as much, but they both, the stairs and the ramp in Roosevelt Avenue also are in the public right of way.
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing this up. Of course, it's beyond outside the jurisdiction of this board. However, we do have now, as you point out, we have to approve the site plan. And clearly, I think we're not going to be able to approve the site plan unless and until the city gives its approval for these stairs to be located as seen. Would you agree to that, council? Would you agree that that's correct?
I don't know if I have a connection issue. I apologize. It skipped a little on mine. Would you mind repeating that, Chairman? I apologize.
Yeah, as Mr. Trafficante noted, that we now have to approve site plan. And unless and until the city permits these stairs to be built on outside of this property, we probably can't approve your site plan. Would you agree?
I would tend to say that respectfully that we can get preliminary site plan approval subject to municipal council approval and then come back for final, as we've done with other matters, if there's an issue with respect to that approval.
So we could talk about a conditional preliminary site plan approval?
Yes.
Yeah, we've done that. I saw a hand. Was that you, Commissioner Comisarios?
It was, I'm not sure I did that intentionally, but I'm right along the line of thinking that you are on, that may be conditional, and then we have to wait for approval.
Yeah, I agree with you, sir. Are there any other questions for Mr. Trafficante?
Yes, sir. If I
Yeah.
may.
Please.
From Mr. Burton,
Yes.
in the engineer's report dated January 9, 2025, I believe it's on page 3. Item 3, Roman numeral 1, we had asked for a parking study. Do you still plan to provide that, or are you gonna ask for that to be waived?
A waiver request.
Okay. All right. And then likewise, on the same page, page 3, item 4, demolition plan. It's labeled item Roman numeral number 4, though it should be 3. Applicant shall provide testimony to the board as to how they intend to not disturb adjacent structures when they dig to remove all foundations and utilities and construct new foundations for the proposed building and retaining walls along the east and south common property lines. Can you address that with testimony, Mr. Burton?
I briefly, I can say that the applicant during construction will provide a staging plan as needed to the building department to show protection to the neighbors, comply with all building and construction code, and work with the contractor and the city for input as needed on means and methods of doing so.
Would that include providing a statement of excavation by your signed and sealed by a structural engineer working for your site contractor?
Yes.
The methods and how he plans to go about doing that without undermining the neighboring property, before we get into something with Beaumont again.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, this is important
I agree.
and has to be addressed, but is clearly outside the jurisdiction of this board. So council, is that something that you and your client will be addressing with the city?
Yes, correct. We are.
Okay, anything further, Mr. Trafficante?
No, sir, that's all. Thank you.
Thanks. Are there any questions from the board for the engineer? Any questions from the board for the engineer? Or Mr. Ian Ofer 2 on the trees, Burton.
Understood. I'll accept that name.
Right. Let's try and keep it at that. Council?
Thank you so much.
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. Are there any questions from the members of the public for the engineer? Questions from any members of the public for the engineer? If so, please raise your hand. You can do so by using the raise hand feature at the bottom of the screen. Please do so now. If you're on the telephone, press *9. I see no raised hands. Council?
Thank you. I'd like to call our project architect, Mary Johannesson.
Mr. Johannesson, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Johannesson, could you state your name, your address, and relationship to this application, please?
Mary Johannesson. I'm the principal with Thriven Design. I reside at 9 Concord Lane, Voorhees, New Jersey, 08043. I am a licensed New Jersey architect. I have a bachelor's of architecture from Virginia Tech. I have been licensed since 1992. I have been employed with Thriven Design for over 30 years, where my focus has been supportive, affordable, and multifamily housing. I am an architect in good standing in the state of New Jersey. I have provided testimony to more than 24 other municipalities, planning and zoning boards. However, I have not provided testimony before this board.
Well, welcome. You finally made it to the big city,
Yes.
Ms. Johansson. We'll accept Ms. Johansson as an expert in the field of architecture. Council?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Johansson. Your office prepared the plans that were submitted both originally for the 2022 approval and with this submission. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you can, please share with the board your plans and overview of the architectural design of the building.
Okay, I'm going to do my best to share. Does everyone see the floor plans?
We see nothing.
Oh, I'm sorry. One more share.
Okay. Yeah.
Now, do you see them?
We do.
Okay, very good. Yes, Thriven Design prepared the drawings that were submitted. They consist of drawings cover sheet 1, A1, A2, A3, dated December 12th, 2024, and conceptual rendering A4, dated December 12th, 2024. Excuse me.
Thank you.
So the project is identical to the one that received the prior approval. It's an 11-unit affordable supportive housing residence. All the apartments are 1 bedroom. They contain between 562 and 586 square feet. On the first floor that you see on drawing A1, on the west side closest to Roseville Avenue, we have a vestibule with mailboxes, office for the staff, and a community lounge for the residents, as well as a laundry room, all on the first floor. The remainder of the first floor contains 3 one-bedroom apartments that are all wheelchair accessible, as well as the entrances to the residences, which is via stair 1 on the west end and stair 2 on the east end. Rounding out the first floor is the fire water sprinkler room located at the back of the building. The second and third floor each contain 4 one-bedroom apartments. The apartments are identical on each of the floors. On sheet A3, which is the building elevations, you see the design for the exterior of the building. The elevation 1 is the proposed Sussex Avenue elevation, and elevation 2 is the proposed Roseville elevation. Both are the street elevations, and proposed elevation 3 and 4 are the east and south, the side and the rear elevations.
And Ms. Johansson, just to clarify, the prior approval also had variance relief with respect to the side transparency, and by virtue of the location of this property, that's what posed some of the issues with respect to that. Is that correct?
That is correct. We comply with the transparency on the street-facing facade, rear facade, and side facade, however, not the primary facade, which is the facade facing Roseville. We are required to have 30% transparency, and we are providing 18.7%. Each of these great rooms, the living dining rooms, has 2 to 4 windows, as well as each bedroom is provided with 2 large windows. On the side here, you also see the smaller windows, which are in the bathrooms, which are smaller for privacy. And these are windows that are sized appropriately for the residential use. And on the first floor, which you see has a slightly different fenestration, we've got additional windows. The 3 on the right side of the elevation are in the community lounge, and the 2 to the left of the door are into the office. And then there's also a glass door and side light as the main entrance.
And so the units you indicated, they're all, which we indicated, the 1-bedroom units, correct?
That is correct.
And there are no changes that are being proposed from that original approval, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Just to clarify, if you can, the exterior materials remain the same, correct?
That is correct.
And that was, if you can just provide.
Yes. We have a combination. You can see it probably best on the Sussex Avenue elevation, where we have brick veneer on the first floor, and it extends a little bit up to the second floor. We have a horizontal cement board siding, a vertical cement board siding, and a detail on this bay with a corrugated horizontal siding.
Okay, great. And as it relates to the and the architectural comments that were raised in the planner's report from 2022, we satisfied those requirements. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in any comments that were noted in Mr. Traficante's report as it relates to architectural, we have no issues with respect to that, with the exception of the item we discussed previously.
That is correct.
Thank you so much. I have no additional questions for our architect.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board for the architect? Questions from the board for the architect? Last chance for questions from the board for the architect. Are there questions from the public for the architect? If so, please use the raised hand feature. Questions from the public for the architect. Council?
Oh, great. Thank you so much. My last witness is Mr. John McDonough.
Ms. McDonough, would you raise your right hand, please? You swear affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
It's a little hard to hear you, Mr. McDonough.
Oh, can you hear me now?
A little better.
Okay. Want me to go out and come back, Jen, or?
No, that's very clear.
Now you're good.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, that's okay. Could you state your name, give us your address and your relationship to this application, please?
Sure. Hi there, everyone. My name is John McDonough. I am the project planner. My business address is 101 Gibraltar Drive in Parsippany, New Jersey.
Ms. McDonough is well known to this board. Ms. McDonough, is your planning license in the state of New Jersey in full force and effect?
Yes, it is, Mr. Chair.
We'll accept Ms. McDonough as an expert in the field of planning. Council?
Thank you. Mr. McDonough, you've reviewed the plans, the prior approval, and heard the testimony this evening, correct?
Yes, I have.
And the context of the application that's before this board is for the same relief previously granted but as well as a D1 use variance. Is that your understanding?
That is correct. This is a D1 because we're in the R3 zone. And this particular use, supportive affordable multifamily housing, is not explicitly permitted in the zone.
Okay, and if you can, please provide the board with your analysis as a professional planner for the justification for the D1 use variance in this instance.
Sure thing, and I think I can be relatively brief here. This is what we call an inherently beneficial use. Housing for the homeless has been found to be inherently beneficial under the law, and there's actually a case that's right on point with what our applicant is proposing here in terms of housing for low-income homeless persons. That's known as the Homes of Hope case, which is the one that found that this type of housing is inherently beneficial. Why that's important is because that truncates the test that is now before the board. We know that inherently beneficial uses are a very narrow band of uses that are so good and of such paramount public interest that they automatically serve the public good. Examples would include schools, hospitals, and churches. I like to call them the mind, body, and soul uses. This falls within that category as well. That's important because, again, the test is what our courts call an analytical shortcut. It's a four-part test. It's known as the SECA test, and we'll take you through the four parts one by one. Number one, identify the public interest at stake. The public interest, of course, is housing for the homeless. You may well know that Newark actually has a homeless master plan for what it describes as a homeless crisis here in the city. The core goal of that master plan is, quote, to expand housing services, which is right on point with what our applicant is doing here. So in terms of finding number one with respect to the test, suffice it to say, this land use serves the public good. The second prong of the test is to take the counter of that and to consider any potentially adverse impacts. I think you have vetted this once before. The nature of this use is not changing, notwithstanding the fact that the category of use has changed. The operation, the function is exactly the same, has been found to be appropriate here. Part number three looks at the potentially negative impacts and see if the board can impose any reasonable restrictions. I think based on all of the testimony here, the project stands on its own merit. There has been an interactive process here. And then finally, the fourth part of the test takes all of that under consideration, the heavy weight of the positives, the mitigated negatives, and we do the balancing. And I think the clear weight here is on the positive side without any substantially adverse impacts on the negative side. There is some C relief. They're listed in Mr. Hazel's report related to coverage, yard area, impervious coverage as well, transparency, which you just heard about, and parking. I think all of those would fold into the D relief that the board is considering as necessary to effectuate this beneficial use. And with that said, again, I believe that they can all be considered without any adverse impacts to the public. I do have a few quick pictures here just to show the board how this will be granted without any impact on the neighborhood. As you saw through Ian's exhibit at the beginning, it's a single tax lot, it's a corner lot. This larger building that you see on the left-hand side is the community college to give you a sense of location and orientation. And again, it's a vacant lot that this applicant is going to infill. This is a view looking to the downtown. This is the reverse view looking back at the college. And then finally, a top-down view, essentially a blank sheet of paper that the applicant is working on, and a very nice infill here responsive to the land and to the neighborhood. With that, I'll stop share, and I would just conclude by saying the test is met and approval is warranted.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the planner? Questions for the planner? Mr. McDonough, as I recall, when this first came for the board, it was suggested that it would be for the developmentally disabled. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And that use was permitted by statute, correct?
By statute, and actually the zone plan here, the R3 zone allows it in the district, yes.
But that's no longer the case.
That is correct. The DCA category is not developmentally disabled, so we're asking the board to move on the same exact operation, just a different category under DCA.
So this could be used as a multifamily, couldn't it?
I think the board can impose reasonable restrictions, Mr. Chair, and you can certainly put that rope around the application. I see council shaking her head that this is not going to go full market. This is specialized housing, and that could certainly be a condition of approval.
Council, what can you do to convince the board that this is not going to be turned into just a multi-residential building?
Oh, of course. So I'm happy to submit. I know you do not like exhibits last minute. I can certainly send it over to the board secretary, but this property was acquired from the city of Newark, subject to a redevelopment agreement, and there's a quitclaim deed dated June 17th of 2021. There is a restriction on a right of reverter that the property is sold to the redeveloper for the purpose to construct a residential dwelling containing 11 units for chronically homeless individuals who may have a disability and identify as LGBTQ and is subject to the terms and conditions of the land and sale agreement. And the city makes this conveyance subject to that. If at any time the use is not consistent with the terms of the RDA, the city may exercise its reverter provision and take title to the property. So there is an existing deed restriction on the property. So I just wanted to bring that to the board's attention. That's a recorded document with the Essex County Registrar's Office that would prohibit us from just converting this to a market rate multifamily building. It is already restricted, consistent with the terms of the land sale from the city, and that has been recorded with the city. I mean, with the county.
And council, I heard Mr. McDonough make reference to the DCA.
Mhm.
What was he referencing there? Are you getting financing from the DCA?
We are securing financing from the DCA for this project, and as a result of some issues with respect to the definitions and the terminology, that's why we're before this board again.
So are there additional requirements that the DCA is placing on your applicant to ensure that they will maintain this for those special purposes?
We have spoken to the DCA regarding restrictions. They have in the past done allowed for some covenants. There are deed restrictions that are in connection to the financing. This property will have a mortgage and some financing recording documents that specifically outline what the project use is for. So we are tied to DCA under funding guidelines on what the use is, and we're tied to the city and the usage as well.
Okay, council, as a condition of approval, would you agree to submit those documents to the board council? And to work with the board council to ensure that the motives or the conditions that you were that you initially suggested to this board was the use for this housing would be maintained.
Yes, we agree to that, and we are happy to memorialize a document as in it as well.
Thank you. Mr. Hazel.
Yes, if I may. Just one question. When this was before the board, before as a developmentally disabled, had DCA had any or conveyed any type of designation on it or consider it as any, in other words, I guess what I'm getting at is that would this not have been grandfathered under their previous designation or definition, or that was not conveyed to this project at that point?
No, I can't. There were different funding sources under DCA, and the time of filing of your application is what governs. So we didn't have anything pending because we were still in that application process for funding. So when we are submitting today, because we were ready for compliance, we had our permit applications, about to be filed. At that time, that's what governs, and that's the funding we were seeking at that time. What we had approved wasn't satisfying that criteria for DCA.
Thank you.
Any further questions for the planner? Or on the conditions? Ms. Juma.
Good evening, all. I have a few questions.
Please.
One, is this considered transitional housing or permanent?
This is permanent housing.
Okay. Also, are there social services on site?
Yes, I apologize. We didn't provide that additional testimony because we had done that. So there will be someone on site. If we brought, if you can recall just a moment ago, the floor plan, there's an office there. They plan to have someone on site throughout the day. And then there will be services that can be, that are going to be provided offsite as well. And they will be bused because obviously these are chronically homeless individuals. They won't have vehicles. But the agency, the nonprofit, will be providing them transportation, on-site service coordinator, and transportation to additional service locations.
Ms. Perez, as a condition of approval, will your client agree to maintain this on-site assistance and to provide wraparound services?
Oh, yes.
Thank you. Ms.
I
Newman,
have two other questions, Mr. Chair.
please.
Per the license from the state, does the license permit the tenants of this facility or development to ever, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. Per the license from the state, does the license permit that all the tenants at one time can live there that are not developmentally disabled? So in other words, will there ever be a time where all of the residents are not developmentally disabled and that this is only housing for the LGBT community?
So let me clarify. The developmentally disabled is completely off. We are not seeking that. So we are not getting any licensing. I apologize, Ms. Juma, I should have been clearer. We're not seeking that license from DCA, that funding anymore. So we are not looking to have anyone developmentally disabled. The language that DCA is looking for, which is part of our original approval, is chronically homeless individuals that identify as LGBTQ. Yes.
Okay, and so my last question is, why isn't this considered a shelter as opposed to a community residence, or is this being considered a shelter?
It is not a shelter, it is permanent housing. The individuals will be provided life skills, and Ms. Helms provided testimony during the last hearing on the services to be provided. This is helping those folks who are chronically homeless get back on their feet and provide them some dignity in having an apartment and learning financial literacy, et cetera, et cetera. And so the goal here is not for it to be transient. A shelter is defined as temporary. This is deemed permanent. And so the financing we're seeking is identifying that this is permanent housing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Counsel, do you have any more witnesses?
I do not.
Mr. Chair, I have one clarification, if you don't mind.
Sure, please.
I'm looking on our planner's comments, and he had in his notes who are developmentally disabled, and I'm wondering where he's picking that up, since we're saying that's not something that's happening anymore.
Yeah, I think that initially, when they came with this application, it was for developmentally disabled.
Yeah.
They are now back before us because it is no longer for developmentally disabled.
I understand that, Chairman, but it's still in our planner's comments, so
Yeah.
make sure all the paperwork is
I think
clear.
His comments were done 2 years ago.
Yeah, yes, they represent the original application, not the. My understanding was that this was going to be a bit of a change in definition or what have you. I didn't expect that it would be this large or this significant.
I got it, Ms. Hayes. I just wanted to make sure that work was correct. So,
thank you. Any further questions? Commissioner Torres.
I'm just, my question is, there's going to be 11 units there. So, are the residents, are they going to be sharing each unit, or if there's more than 11 personnel? You said that the residents that's gonna be living in these units, are they gonna share? If there's more than,
No, we are limited to 11 units. There will be 11 tenants who will each have their own lease for each unit. So it's for individual units.
oh, okay, thank you.
Your applicant agrees to maintain occupancy to 11 persons as a condition of approval, council?
To the 11 units,
11 persons and 11 units.
that's something I have to just confer with them. If you give me 1 minute, I apologize.
Sure.
So, Mr. Chair, unfortunately, they've indicated if someone is married and they're homeless, so they're partners, we can't technically say no to them for that purpose. So we can't agree to that. It's, that would be unfortunately prohibitive.
Okay. That makes sense to me. Any further questions for council? Are there questions from the public? Council, you have any further witnesses?
I do not.
Does anyone from the public care to make a statement at this time? If so, please raise your hand using the raise hand feature. I'd ask you to do so now. If you're on the telephone, please press *9. I see no raised hands. Council?
Thank you so much. Again, I appreciate the board's time on this. Just for clarification, what we're seeking today is the approval to D1 and site plan approval. And I understand it might be preliminary, but the D1 variance with the variance relief previously granted, to be clear, for a 3-story multifamily building consisting of 11 one-bedroom affordable residential units for chronically homeless individuals who identify as LGBTQ. And so I hope the proofs that we've put forward tonight support the justification for the relief that's being requested. Thank you.
We're now in discussion. May I have discussion from the board?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Hall.
I think that this is a good project. I think it's a needed project in our city. It's very beneficial. I like the project itself in terms of when I look at the building, the size of the windows, for individuals that were homeless will have this. I like to see more of it. So, given all of the things we raised as a condition of approval, I'm very much in favor.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Comisanias.
I'd just like to reiterate what Commissioner Hall said. I appreciate the fact that they didn't try to sneak in any architectural or design changes, and they stuck to what the original presentation was. And this is going to provide housing for people who are chronically homeless, LGBT or otherwise. That's a great solution. So I'd be in favor.
Thank you, Commissioner Comisanias. I'll say I agree with you, except as to the failure to add more trees. Any other comments? Any other comments from the board? Hearing none, may I have a motion, please?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Hall.
I make a motion to approve application ZBA-22-31-25-27 Roosevelt with the
We have a motion for approval with the conditions. May I have a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Jones. Call the roll, please.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Comisanias,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Hall,
yes.
Member Cobian,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
You're muted, Vice Chair Munford. Let's come back to Vice Chair.
Member Torres,
Yes.
Chair Alfant.
Yes. Site plan, council, we spoke earlier about the site plan. Just want to make sure that you agree to conditional site plan approval. That condition, conditional preliminary, conditional final. The conditions being that you prove to the satisfaction of board staff and city that you have met all the conditions placed on the record, including the location of the stairs. Is that something you will agree to on behalf of your client?
Yes.
We have a motion for conditional preliminary and conditional final site plan approval.
Move it.
Move it, Comesañas. May I have a second?
Second.
Call the roll, please. Second Hall.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Comesañas,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Hall,
Yes.
Member Cobian,
Yes.
Member Torres,
Yes.
Chair Alfant.
Yes. Congratulations, your application and conditional preliminary and conditional final site plan approval have been passed,
Thank you.
granted, I should say.
No.
Call the next case, please.
The time is now 7:58 p.m. The next item on tonight's agenda is ZBA-24-63, located at 962-970 South Orange Avenue, Block 4066, Lot 1 in the West Ward. The applicant is Valesburg Assembly of God, Inc. In the C2 zone, the applicant proposes to replace existing pylon sign with new LED pylon sign. Applicant is seeking C variances to permit freestanding pylon sign for a church in sufficient setback from property line and to permit digital display / electronic messaging. Site plan approval is not required.
The Board of Adjustment made the following findings of fact with respect to 962, 970 South Orange Avenue. Property is located in Newark's Valesburg neighborhood. The site is located on the southern side of South Orange Avenue on the southwestern corner of the intersection with Norwood Street. Total site area is 24,000 square feet. The surrounding land uses consist of a gas station, a mixed-use building, and a one-story commercial building. Council, is this your matter?
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Chair.
Is your entire team in?
Let me take a look.
Who are we missing? Council?
It looks like we're missing Adam Yaros from Valesburg Assembly of God, as well as Nick Capados from Sign Pros. Yeah, I don't see either of them in quite yet.
Who is it? Nick who?
Nick Capados, Kappatos.
Mr. Capados, if you're here, could you raise your hand?
Or you know what? It might be Kirk Ryan. I'm not sure. It's one of those two. It's either Nick Capados or Kirk Ryan. I believe it's Nick.
It'll help if you use the raise hand feature so we could see you.
I see Adams in.
Nick was there. Did y'all see him?
Yes, he's declining. You have to accept the invitation to be promoted to panelist.
You have to accept the can't bring in unless you accept. Okay. Is that your entire team now?
Yes, that's it. Yep.
This is This is application ZBA 24-63, 962, 970 South Orange Avenue. Are there any objectors to this application? If so, please identify yourselves by placing the cursor at the bottom of your computer screen and using the raise hand feature. If you're on the phone, please press *9. I ask you to do so now. I see no raised hands. Counsel, your appearance for the record, please.
Luke Grabiak from the law firm of Del Duca Lewis and Burr on behalf of the applicant Vailsburg Assembly of God.
Thank you. Counsel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Luke Grabiak again. I'm from the law firm of Del Duca Lewis and Burr, and we represent the applicant this evening, Vailsburg Assembly of God. Here with me this evening are Adam Yaros from the church from Vailsburg Assembly of God, as well as Nick Kapados from Sign Pros. I don't have any planned testimony for either of them, but they are here to testify as to, Adam Yaros can testify as, or can answer any questions that the board may have with regard to the church's operations, and Mr. Kapados can answer any questions the board may have with respect to the design and technical features of the proposed electronic sign. Just briefly by way of background, the applicant owns the property located at 962-970 South Orange Avenue and designated as Block 4066, Lot 1 on the municipal tax map. The property is located in the C2 Community Commercial Zone, and it's currently improved with a 3-story church building, a playground, a parking lot, and a changeable copy pylon sign, which is located along the South Orange Avenue frontage. And we have a survey here. I'm going to share my screen to show you exactly what we're talking about. So here's the church. Here's where the sign is existing. There's already an existing pylon sign there, and what the applicant is proposing to do is to change the existing changeable copy pylon sign with an electronic sign. In fact, the applicant proposes to keep the same structure and is essentially just upgrading the sign face, replacing the existing externally illuminated static sign with an electronic one. So the existing pylon sign structure is not actually changing. Only the face of the sign will be changing. And the reason is this will allow the applicant, Vailsburg Assembly of God, to change the messages electronically. The messages will be the same as the messages that are currently displayed on the sign, which are church-related messages. And so the electronic sign will merely represent, I'm sorry, I should go here, will merely represent just an evolution in technology from the changeable copy pylon sign to the electronic sign. And so we're seeking 3 variances in connection with this proposal: a variance to permit the electronic sign, a variance to construct the sign, or to keep the sign 4.2 feet from the front property line, as you see here, and a variance to permit a pylon sign where pylon signs are not permitted. So let's start with the variance to permit a pylon sign. The variance can be granted under C1, where by reason of a unique condition on the property or lawfully existing structures on the property, the applicant would face an undue hardship if the variance were not granted. First and foremost, as I stated earlier, there's already an existing pylon sign on the property, and that's not changing. That's right here. Therefore, technically, this is an existing non-conforming structure, which in our view will not be exacerbated by the change from a changeable copy sign to an electronic sign. But in any case, because of the lawfully existing structures on the property, really surrounding the location of the sign, including the landscaping, there's landscaping surrounding the sign, as well as fencing, and there are trees separating the sign from the right-of-way here. Any other sign type would be impractical because the sign would largely be blocked by the existing structures.
Counsel, I think we may have to swear you in. You're giving testimony like a planner.
Well, we're not really
the planners are gonna get very antsy about this.
understood, but because we're really not changing any of the existing improvements on the property whatsoever, I didn't think it would be necessary to have a planner testify here this evening. So my intention was just to go over the variances myself, and I can have the applicant incorporate my testimony by reference at the end, if the board is okay with that.
So then you agree you are testifying then?
I'm just explaining the variances. I'm just going through the relief that we're requesting here this evening. I guess if you want to construe that as testimony, that's okay. But really, you know, I just didn't think it was necessary.
Why don't you ask your client what he's requesting?
Okay. Yep, that's fine. Adam, or if the board wouldn't mind swearing, Mr. Yaros in.
Mr. Yaros, could you raise your right hand, please?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to provide be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you please state your name, give us your address and relationship to this application?
Sure. My name is Adam Yaris. My work address is 962 South Orange Ave in Newark, New Jersey. My relationship to this, I'm the operations and finance pastor at Vailsburg Assembly of God, as well as Marlton Assembly of God. And our goal is simply to upgrade our sign for this. Last year, we began talking with Sign Pros, and our goal was we have a much older sign that's in need of retrofitting. We don't seek any major upgrade in terms of size and scale, but we did want to move to an LED sign as it would be more convenient for updates, as well as stand out more on our property.
Any questions for this witness? Mr.
Yes,
Yaros?
I do. So Adam, is it correct that there already exists a pylon sign on the property?
That it does exist, correct?
Okay, and you're not changing the structure of the pylon sign whatsoever, is that correct?
No, sir.
And so can you explain for the board, you know, exactly the change to the sign that you're making?
Absolutely. It'd be the actual edifice of the sign itself. Currently, it is a classic church sign where you put the letters on itself. Instead, we've been incorporating LED panels into it, so it could be digitally altered. The same dimension and size of the sign would be there, so it'd be no larger nor smaller than what it currently is. It would just be, yeah, as Mr. Gradiak noted, an evolution in technology.
Understood. Okay. Is this where the sign, the existing pylon sign is located on the property where my cursor is right here?
It is.
And just for the record, I've marked this as Exhibit A1, but this is the same survey that was submitted in connection with this application. So technically, it doesn't need to be marked, but I have marked it as Exhibit 1. And is it true that there's landscaping surrounding this sign, correct?
Correct.
Like there are maybe 3-foot high shrubs on both sides of the sign, correct?
There are, as well as there's a fence running along the sidewalk.
Right, and the fence.
That's why.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, that's why we seek to retain the pylons. On the ground, it would be obscure. It would obscure most of the sign. It would be a useless project if it was ground based.
Right, and there's also street parking along South Orange Avenue. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so without the use of a pylon sign, you know, any other sign would largely be blocked by, you know, the fence, the landscaping, the tree that's located right on the sidewalk, and the street parking along South Orange Avenue. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. We're also seeking a variance to permit the sign to be located 4.2 feet from the property line, correct?
Correct.
And the existing pylon sign is located 4.2 feet from the property line, correct?
Correct.
And we're not, again, just for the record, for the board, we're not changing the structure of the existing sign. It's just the sign face that's changing, correct?
It is.
Okay. And is it correct that looking at the survey that I have shown on the screen that there's a playground area that extends, I guess, it's to the west of the sign, the top of the survey that you're looking at, there's a playground area, correct? We'll say that there's a playground area, correct?
Correct. That's owned by the church. Yes.
Yep, correct. And the playground area extends pretty much to the edge of the property line along South Orange Avenue. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then to the east of the existing sign, there's a bell tower and a staircase, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And correct. That generally extends right up to the property line along South Orange Avenue, correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Okay. And then there's this small sort of grassy area between the playground and the bell tower and the staircase. Is that correct?
That is
Okay. And there really is no other place to put I guess you could say a visually effective sign other than in that grassy area between the playground and the bell tower, correct?
that is correct.
And as you can see in the survey, the church is located, the edge of the church, along the closest point of the church along South Orange Avenue is located roughly 14.2 feet from the property line, correct?
That is correct.
And so there's really not much space to put the sign in that area other than, roughly 4.2 feet from the property line, correct?
That is correct.
And again, just for the record, the sign is existing, and to the extent that it's not changing, it's an existing nonconformity, correct? Because it already is located 4.2 feet from the property line, correct?
Correct. We already have a sign existing in the same exact spot as our proposed new sign.
Gotcha.
Identical in size and shape.
Okay. And one last question in terms of location of the sign. The sign is constructed perpendicular to the property line, excuse me, along South Orange Avenue, correct?
Yes.
And so it's not like the entire sign will be located within that 5-foot setback, correct?
Correct.
It's really just about maybe 9 or 10 inches on the north edge of the existing sign that is actually encroaching into that 5-foot setback. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And can you just explain, you might have touched on this a little bit before, but can you just explain for the board, why the church wants to change the existing changeable copy sign to an electronic sign?
Absolutely. We're reinvesting in our church in significant ways. And part of it is we just want to share who we are and where we are at that time. Part of it's explaining using the best of technology that we can and what is affordable and practical in our scenario. That makes a significant difference. Currently, the print is very small. Having a sign with an LED display would be far more practical for sharing service times or events that are held at the church based on the church. It's a simple use and practicality.
Right. Okay. And would you say that the proposed sign would promote or would be more visually appealing to, the community and to churchgoers?
Absolutely. We've been working, and we still have progress to make in our neighborhood, of course, but we've been working to not only preserve and upgrade our facilities, but to help make that better for our entire neighborhood. We believe that this is not the thing that will change the community or continue that improvement, but it is a sign of investment and our commitment to our local community.
Gotcha. Okay. And the messages that the electronic sign will display are no different from the messages that the changeable copy sign currently displays, correct?
Correct. They're church-based messages. Hey, these are service times, events at the church. We don't do any form of advertising, nothing of that sort.
Okay. And in your view, will the change from the changeable copy sign to the electronic sign help promote the church's message?
I do. I believe that.
And it will help the church communicate with its congregation, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you, counsel. If you have nothing further, are there any questions from the board for this witness?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Hall.
I don't know if it's necessary or not because he testified. What would be on the board would be church business. You think it's necessary that there's no retail advertising?
Are you requesting that as a condition of approval, Commissioner?
I am, only because I am. Yes. Yes.
Counsel, you understand that request? As a condition of approval, would your applicant agree to limit this sign to
church business?
Church business.
To church business, certainly. The applicant would agree, and I think that was a stated condition in the planner's review letter, the review letter from Gerard M. Hazel dated February 3rd, 2025. Just one point of clarification is that I had discussed with the applicant that, there are times when the church holds council meetings and the like, and sometimes the applicant will use the sign to notice of those council meetings, and certainly far from commercial advertising, but we just want to be clear that the applicant would be able to include or display messages like that if in fact the church were holding a council meeting.
It's church business.
Yeah.
That is church business.
Chair,
Okay.
Is that correct, council, that that's church business? The council meetings?
For clarity on that, we've hosted
This is Mr.
within
Yaros
like
speaking. Mr. Yaros?
Sir, we've hosted ward meetings there with local community representatives. It is not strictly church business at that time. It's for the public for use in a local gathering point. It's church business in the sense that the church exists in that area, but it's not strictly, our clergy are not involved with that. We're simply a site designation. We always want to be supportive of our community, but we're apolitical in that sense. If that were the case, we would like to notify the community, or at least have the option that that is occurring at our church, but understandable if that is a restriction, of course.
Commissioner Hall, would you be willing to expand your conditions from
Absolutely.
church business to community
Absolutely.
meetings?
Yes.
Mr. Yaros, is that if we expand it to church business and or community meetings, is that acceptable?
Absolutely, we'd be very
Counsel?
grateful.
Commissioner Comisanias.
right along those lines, I was just going to say that it could not be rented might be a way to appease that requirement, where it would not be rented for private gains, but could advertise community and church events, right? So right along the same lines that you were already mentioning.
Counsel, you agree to that?
I believe
Your client?
Mr. Yaros would agree to that, but I'd like him to confirm.
Mr. Yaros, you agree to that?
Agreed.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? I have one question. You're asking for a variance to have this sign 4.2 feet from the property line. The ordinance calls for any sign to be, I think, 5 feet from the property line.
That's correct.
Why not just move this to 10 inches?
Well, the answer is because there already is an existing pylon sign in that exact location.
We just can't get you to stop testifying, Mr. Gravitt, but I guess that's what Mr. Yaros's position is going to be. But I would think you're going to be digging this sign up. You're going to be replacing it. You're going to be having electricity to feed this. I just don't get it. You have a hand up from Sign Pros. Do you want to call this gentleman, Mr. Gravitt?
I do.
Sir, could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, give us your address in relationship to this application.
Nick Kapados, I'm the owner of Sign Pros, located in Glendora, New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Kapados. Counsel?
Mr. Kapados, the question is, what would be, I guess, the disadvantage of having to rip up the existing pylon sign there as opposed to leaving the existing structure where it is?
So the original intent was to use the existing foundation, the existing steel, the existing electricity, and basically change the top portion of the sign from a plastic changeable letters to the electronic letters. So the disadvantage would be that cost of tearing it all up, taking the fence down, tearing up the shrub. That would be, I believe, a burden on the church when it would necessarily, I don't believe necessary. I think the 8 inches is a de minimis type of measurement for the setback, considering that the existing sign is there. And the logic we're using with our design is that the existing pole would go through the existing sign, basically dead center, so that it looks proportional, it looks correct. The height, nothing changes other than the fact that the technology is updated and is more usable for the church.
Thank you. Counsel, anything further from this witness?
Yeah, I do have a few more questions for Mr. Capetos.
Just a few, counsel.
If the board will indulge. Mr.
Just
Capetos,
a few.
I will limit my questioning to just a few.
Thank
So, Mr. Capetos, is it your testimony that the sign will comply with all of the technical requirements set forth in the sign ordinance of the city of Newark, section 41:9-7?
Yes, as everything is outlined in the ordinance, the manufacturer and myself can set the sign so that the illumination matches the requirement in the ordinance, and all of the other conditions can be met through the hardware and software to match the ordinance requirements.
Okay.
Thank you, counsel.
Yeah, that's all the questions I had for
Are
Mr.
there
Capetos. I appreciate
are there any questions for this witness from the board? Hearing none, counsel, you have any further witnesses?
Those are the only witnesses.
Are there any questions from any members of the public regarding this matter? Questions from any members of the public regarding this matter for either witness? If none, are there any requests for, I'm sorry, do any members of the public care to make statements at this time? If so, please identify yourselves by using the raise hand feature at the bottom of the computer screen or pressing *9 if you're on the telephone. Please do so now. I see none. Counsel, do you want to make a closing statement or you want to submit?
Yeah, let me just very briefly, Mr. Chair. So, I know we're requesting 3 variances, but really nothing about the existing improvements on the property are changing, with the exception of, the sign face changing from a changeable copy sign to a digital sign. I would also set forth for the board that, the applicant is really, I believe that this variance can be granted under C2 as well as C1 for the reasons that it's advancing purpose I and purpose A under section 2 of the MLUL. Just really briefly, it's promoting a desirable visual environment through creative technical design. And it's our contention that, churches and houses of worship are inherently beneficial uses. And we really think that the new sign, the proposed sign, will help the congregation, help promote the church's message. And again, we think the relief that we're requesting is really de minimis. And lastly, just to reiterate, we will comply with all of the technical requirements in section 41:9-7. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you. We're now in discussion. May I have discussion from the board?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Hall.
in my view, this is a pretty straightforward application. They're taking an old sign, leaving everything the same, and update it. Something that needs to be done. I'm very happy that that church is active and in that neighborhood. I lived on 4th Street for many years. And I thank you for being there and keeping it pretty straightforward for me. Yeah, that's all I got to say. I'm in favor of it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Vice Chair Munford.
Yes, Mr. Chair. This is nothing new to what the churches in Newark are doing. All churches are going to digital boards. Unfortunately, the location of where this one is have this church here tonight. If you drive through the city, you will see most churches, because their locations are already sitting so far back from the sidewalk, they don't have to come before us. And the messaging is pretty much all church information. When Bible study is, when choir rehearsal is, if there's a community meeting there that particular night. So let's move forward and approve this application tonight.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Comisanias.
This is a great idea. If you know that corner, it's very dark because you have all the trees going over. It's when you're going, the only light you see is coming from the White Castle. So putting this sign up there will make it easier for the community to see. And just thank you for keeping that property so clean, and just being a good example on how to keep the community looking good. So I'd be heavily in favor of this.
Thank you. Any further comments? I see no further comments. So I may have a motion, please.
Motion. I don't
Com-
have the case number.
This is application ZBA-24-63. Is that a motion for approval with conditions?
That is, Mr. Chairman.
Motion and second, Vice Chair Montford, call the roll, please.
Member Comisanias,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Hall,
Yes.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Cobian,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Yes.
Chair Alfont.
Yes, congratulations, your application has been granted. And I must say, I've heard many things coming from White Castle, but the light is a new one for me. I thought the
Thank you,
light
members
would
of
be
the
coming
board.
from the church.
Thank
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you kindly.
So, well, the next case, please.
The time is now 8:27 PM. The next item on tonight's agenda is ZBA-21-47, 9-13 Hobson Street, Block 3066, Lot 9 in the South Ward. Applicant is Ricardo Sosa for 9-13 Hobson Street LLC. In the R2 zone, the applicant proposes new 4-story 10 residential unit dwelling with 5 parking stalls. Low-rise multifamily dwellings are not permitted in the R2 zone. Applicant is seeking a D1 use variance, C variances for insufficient lot size, insufficient lot width, insufficient side and rear yard setbacks, insufficient front and rear facade transparencies, exceeding maximum lot coverage, and insufficient on-site and shade trees. Site plan approval is required. This application was approved on August 18, 2022. The applicant is requesting 2 one-year extensions.
Council, I see Council Hockaday. This is application ZBA-21-47, 913 Hobson Street. Are there any persons who have an interest in this application?
Yes.
So please identify yourself by raising your hand other than council.
Okay.
I'd ask you to do so now. You can do so by using the cursor, putting it at the bottom of your computer screen. If you're on the phone, press *9. Please do so now. I see no raised hands. Council, you're requesting 2 one-year extensions. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Um,
We're continually exploring financing options, but specifically, the client wants to make the property affordable. And with that, it's going to take some time in order to line up the credits, the tax credits and so forth to include more affordable units with this project. So we just request 2 one-year extensions for that reason.
Any questions for council regarding this request from the board? Commissioner Montford.
When you say affordable, what do you mean? Low income, affordable market rate, AMI median, or what do we mean when we say affordable?
Yeah, low income and workforce housing is what we mean.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the board? If none, may I have a motion?
Motion to approve the extensions.
We have a motion, Commissioner Comisanias. Second, please.
Second.
Second.
Commissioner Hall, call the roll.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Hall,
Yes.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Comisanias,
Yes.
Member Cobian,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Yes.
Chair Alfont.
Yes, I believe this is your first appearance before this board, council.
I've had another extension, but it was the alternate board. Didn't have the pleasure of this board, so I'm happy to be here.
Well, welcome. Hope to see you again, and hope it's not for just the extensions. Good.
Thank you.
Call the next case, please.
Thank you.
The time is now 8:31 PM. The next item on tonight's agenda is ZBA 24-23, located at 1033 Broad Street, Block 118, Lot 20 in the Central Ward. The applicant is 1033 Broad Street Urban Renewal LLC. In the Lincoln Park Historic Park Subdistrict, the applicant proposes to develop a mixed-use 7-story building consisting of 62 apartments. Applicant is seeking a D6 variance for exceeding maximum permitted height and C variances to permit a mixed-use building type, insufficient off-street parking, insufficient rear yard setback, existing maximum fence height to permit existing 10 feet chain link fence type and height. Site plan approval is required.
Hi, council. Good to see you. Is your entire team in?
Good evening. I am looking,
I see
I
Mr.
see
Hughes
Mr.
is in
McDonough.
hand. If you're on Ms. Lamello's team on this, please raise your hand so Ms. Mejia can bring you in.
It would be Anthony Smith, Daphne Galvin.
I think they're all, they've all identified themselves.
Okay.
1033 Broad Street, the Board of Adjustment made the following findings of fact with respect to 1033 Broad Street, which is located in Newark's Lincoln Park neighborhood. The parcel is a through lot with frontage on Broad Street to the east and Beecher Street to the west. It's located on the western side of Broad Street at the intersection of Lincoln Park. To the south of the subject site are low and mid-rise multifamily and mixed-use structures. To the north is a surface parking lot. The total site area is approximately 18,487 square feet. Council, is Mr. Hines on your team? Joe Hines?
No.
No. Okay, I'm gonna, or Anthony Smith?
I'm getting that, I'm just looking at the chat.
I try not to
Unless-
look, yeah.
For Joe Hines, I have Anthony Smith, unless that is,
Roger Smith.
Roger Smith is our architect. Anthony Smith is from the property owner Lincoln Park Coast Cultural District.
Okay, because I want to ask now if there are any objectors to this application. If you're an objector to this application, please identify yourselves by raising your hand. I'd ask you to do so now. I see one raised hand. If you're an objector or otherwise have an interest in this, please raise your hand.
Yeah, just.
And as you bring those in, Mr. Hines, screen name Joe Hines, are you an objector on this matter?
No, I'm not an objector.
But you have an interest? Are you a supporter?
Yes. I am in support of the development.
Great. I lost the count.
I raised my hand as well.
Ms. Shakur,
Yes, sir.
are you an objector on this matter?
No, sir, I'm a supporter.
Okay. Are there any other supporters? Mr. Hines, I saw your hand was raised. Screen name Joe Hines, are you in?
I'm in.
Mr. Hines, are you an objector on this matter?
No, I'm a supporter.
Okay. Are there any other supporters? I just want to get your count. If you could raise your hands.
Kimberly Williams.
Kimberly Williams, a supporter. Thank you. Anyone else?
Robin Shorter, I'm a supporter.
Thank you, Ms. Shorter. Is there anyone else who is a
I
supporter?
think Susan Austin is a supporter.
Miss Austin?
I'm a supporter and also representing the Lincoln Park Coast Cultural District.
Okay. And I thought I saw another hand and I lost it. Let me see.
I know Mr. Smith is attempting to get on.
He's on now, Lisa.
He is on now. Okay, thank you.
I see Jared Taliafer with a raised hand, but I don't see Mr. Taliafer on the screen. Oh, Mr. Taliafer. Are you an objector or a supporter, sir?
Supporter, sir.
Okay. I think I got everyone. Mr. Smith, are you an objector or a supporter?
It's my project. I'm the executive director of Lincoln Park Coast Cultural District.
I'm sorry. I'm getting carried away here. Mr. Otu, you raise your hand as an objector, is that correct?
I'm an interested party.
Okay. I have 7 supporters and Mr. Otu is an interested party. Council?
Thank you. I think this may be the first time I've had all supporters on for a project. And I think that should probably speak to the project's application the board is going to hear tonight. This is a project that Mr. Smith will testify is a long time in coming. It is a residential or mixed-use development with some community spaces and some offices, as well as 62 residential units at 1033 Broad Street, which is currently occupied with the facade of a historic church. Other than the facade, the remainder of the church was destroyed in a fire decades ago. And this project will incorporate the new uses, the residential uses and the community spaces with the historic facade, attaching them together, improving, cleaning the facade, restoring the facade. Mr. Smith is from Lincoln Park Coast Cultural District. We're going to have him testify to explain what LPCCD is and what they do and what they mean to the community. And then we will also have testimony from Daphne Galvin, who's our architect or engineer, Roger Smith, our architect, Connor Hughes from Dynamic Engineering is our traffic engineer, and Mr. McDonough is our planner. There is a D-variance for height. There is some other design waivers from the redevelopment plan that we'll get into through testimony and through the testimony of Mr. McDonough. I'd like to call Mr. Smith as our first witness.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Raise your, oh, there you go. Thank you. Mr. Smith, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Can you state your name, give us your address and relationship to this application, please, sir?
My name is Anthony Smith. I reside at 388 Clifton Avenue in Newark, New Jersey. And my relationship to this project is that I'm the executive director of Lincoln Park Coast Cultural District.
Thank you. You can put your hand down, sir. Council.
Right, thank you. Mr. Smith, can you tell us what Lincoln Park Coast Cultural District is and what your goal is for the project?
Yes. So as stated, good evening, commissioners. My name is Anthony Smith, native Newarker and executive director of Lincoln Park Coast Cultural District. I've been working and advocating as a steward for this project since 1998, for over 27 years. I've been in leadership for 19 years, officially working on this project. Lincoln Park is located in a historic district and is located at the south end of Broad Street, now known as Mayor Kenneth A. Gibson Boulevard. Our work includes a hybrid of restorative community economic development, creative placemaking, and placekeeping. And our overarching mission is and continues to be to develop a sustainable arts neighborhood built on affordable housing, historical preservation, economic empowerment for the residents and Newarkers through green jobs and empowering the creative economy, music through what many people know us from the annual Lincoln Park Music Festival, where we're celebrating 20 years this year, and community urban farming. Forwarding on our organization's goal on building affordable housing in Newark, we're here today to present on the 1033 Broad Street Housing Church Facade Project. Now, there's two things to note. You mentioned it earlier. The South Park Presbyterian Church burned down in 1992. And at that time, the facade of the church was the only structure left standing. It became an endangered historical site. The second thing to note is that we've been working on this project since 2008. There's been a lot of uncontrollable variables that has given us some stops and goes, but we stayed at it. Early on, we secured funding to stabilize the facade with plans to integrate the historical facade in our future development plans. I'll stop here as we have an esteemed team, a team assembled to present and unpack the goals to develop this historical site that will be the linchpin to spur economic development throughout the South Broad Street corridor and throughout the Lincoln Park historical catchment area. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Is there any questions? Well,
Do you have
sorry, Chair,
anything
kind of
further
getting
for
into
this
your,
witness?
I have no other questions. I apologize. I was getting into your realm.
Yeah, I get very nervous about that. Are there any questions for Mr. Smith from the board? Questions for Mr. Smith from the board? How many years have you been working on this project, Mr. Smith?
27 years.
Well, we appreciate your perseverance. Are there questions for Mr. Smith from the public? This facade has been there in its present state for a long time. I see no questions, council.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, we will call our civil engineer, Ms. Galvin.
Ms. Galvin, could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Would you state your name, give us your address and relationship to this application?
Sure. Daphne Galvin, address is Partner Engineering, 929 Asbury Avenue, Asbury Park, New Jersey.
Thank you. Ms. Galvin, have you appeared before this board before?
I don't believe so. If it was many, many years ago.
Council?
Okay, Ms. Galvin, you've appeared before other municipalities, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you're a licensed professional engineer in the state of New Jersey?
Yes.
Okay, you've qualified as an expert in approximately how many other boards?
Dozens in the state of New Jersey.
And your license is in good standing?
Yes.
We'd like to submit Ms. Galvin as an expert.
Well, welcome to the city of Newark, Ms. Galvin.
Thank you.
We'll accept Ms. Galvin as an expert in the field of engineering. Council?
Thank you very much. And before I begin, just some housekeeping. We do have engineering reports from January 16th, 2025, and water and sewer from earlier this evening. A traffic and report from January 21st, 2025. We can comply with the requirements in those reports. Ms. Galvin will get into that more in her testimony.
Are you agreeing to comply with all those as conditions of approval?
We are. There's a few. There's actually some variances noted there, so we'll get into the lighting. There's some lighting that's over the standards of the redevelopment plan, but sort of necessary for safety and egress on some of the sidewalks. But generally, yes, we comply.
All right, Council, I just asked that when you're asking for a waiver, or you are refusing or find it impossible to comply, you make that very specific on the record, okay?
We will, and we'll go through the testimony. Mr. McDonald will testify as to any areas where we may be exceeding the lighting, some of the lighting standards, but we will be clear in our waiver requests.
Thank you.
Ms. Galvin, can you are you able to share the site plan and sort of show the existing conditions of the site?
Yes. Can everyone see the screen?
Yes.
Okay.
If you can make it bigger for my old eyes, that would be helpful.
I'm sorry, what?
You can make it a little larger, Scalvin.
Okay.
Great.
I can, and I will enlarge it and move it around a little bit as I'm testifying to help to make it easier to understand.
Thank you.
Okay, Lisa, you want me to just start?
Yes, please.
Sure. So first, just to get everybody orientated, I'm using sheet number 3 of 11 of the site plans that were submitted to the zoning board. The date on those plans is February 16th, 2024, with a revision date of November 21st, 2024. On this plan, north is generally up on the plan. So Broad Street runs along the right side of the screen. Lincoln Park runs diagonally in this direction here. Halsey Street is a couple hundred feet away in a westerly direction. And then in the rear of the project, we have Beecher Street along the west side, which forms the westerly frontage of the site. The parcel has a street address of 1033 Broad Street. It's known as Block 118, Lot 20. It contains 0.4 acres and is located in the Historic Park District of the Lincoln Park Redevelopment Plan area. Broad Street, which has the main frontage, has a 132-foot right-of-way with two-way traffic. It also has restricted parking on both sides and sidewalks on both sides. Lincoln Park also has a right-of-way of 132 feet, which allows for one-way traffic on Lincoln Park, headed southwest away from Broad Street. And it also allows for parking on both sides and has sidewalk on both sides. Beecher Street on the west side here has a smaller right-of-way of only 40 feet. It's one-way traffic, generally in a westerly, southwesterly direction. It does have sidewalks on both sides, but parking is not permitted on Beecher Street. The surrounding area is a mix of uses, including residential and commercial uses. I'm going to zoom in a little bit more now. In the existing condition, the site, as was described by Mr. Smith, was previously dealt with a church and now contains only the historic facade of the church, which is up in this area here, fronting right on Broad Street. There's also in the rear of that facade, there are some asphalt playgrounds, some gravel parking areas, and some grassed areas. There's a driveway that accesses Beecher Street to allow for vehicular traffic onto the site. The site is relatively flat from Broad Street to Beecher Street, with stormwater generally discharging off in all directions. It's kind of split into the into all the directions going onto the adjacent properties and into the roadways. In addition, there are utility poles and overhead lines along the northerly property line of the site. With respect to the proposed project, all of the existing improvements on the site will be demolished except for the facade, the historic facade. The new multi-story mixed-use building will be constructed directly behind the facade. The new structure complies with most of the redevelopment standards, with the exception of the variances for building height and building type, which will be discussed in further detail by the project architect and planner. The existing driveway along Beecher Street will be eliminated. It'll be closed, and new curb and sidewalk will be installed along the entire frontage of Beecher Street. There's also a new on-site walkways that allow for access to the building from both Beecher Street and Broad Street. On-site parking is required by the redevelopment plan for the residential and non-residential uses. However, on-site parking is not proposed and a variance is being requested. This will be discussed in further detail by the traffic engineer. We are proposing fencing around the site to secure the property in locations where there's not already a building or a existing fence at the property lines. There's an existing, I'm going to zoom in now. This came up in the opening discussion. There's an existing fence, 10-foot high chain link fence associated with the residential building to the south. That building is proposed to remain, or that fence is proposed to remain. The rest of the fencing, pretty much along the entire northerly property line, the southerly property line, and then whatever portions were not, again, already fenced or with a building. We're proposing a open picket style fence, aluminum fence at a 6.5-foot height. In addition, there's a accessible ramp along the northerly property line to provide access to the main entrance to the building. Along that ramp there, the same fence is proposed, but we're proposing to hold that fence at a constant elevation so that instead of running parallel to the ramp as it comes up to the building, it's actually level, and that's just more aesthetically pleasing. What happens in that situation is that at the low end of the ramp, the fence is taller. The fence is about 7.3 feet high. And then as the ramp comes up and the fence stays at a constant elevation, the fence height is only about 4.5 feet when it gets to the top of the ramp. Since the city only allows for a 6-foot high fence, we're requesting a variance for the height of the fence.
And that the construction of the fence along the ramp meets all ADA requirements. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. In fact, that sits on the wall of the side of the ramp. Yes. From a stormwater standpoint and for other utilities, I'm actually going to go to another sheet.
And Ms. Galvin, if I could just interrupt you with one quick question. There is a small building on site that was mentioned in the engineering report. That is also going to be demolished as well.
That's correct.
Okay.
It's in this corner right here where I'm circling. And that is being removed as part of the project.
Thank you.
Okay. Now I'm going to go to what's known as sheet 4 of 11 of the site plans. Hold on just a second. Zoom in a little bit. Yes, this is known as the grading, drainage, and utility plan. It has an initial date of February 16th, 2024, with the latest revision being September 5th of 2024. Relative to stormwater, the project was classified as a non-major development under the city land use regulations, chapter 41:17 at the time of the application. And as a non-major development, the chapter requires an on-site stormwater management facility that controls the 10-year storm event. To accomplish this, we've proposed an underground detention facility in the front of the parcel, right here where my hand is, just behind the right-of-way line of Broad Street. This underground detention system collects a majority of the runoff from the site and discharges it into the existing system out in Lincoln Park. There were some comments raised in the engineering review regarding stormwater design, so we'll work with the city during resolution compliance to address those comments. With respect to other utilities, we are proposing new water, sewer, electric, gas, and telecommunications, all of which will be installed underground. We will coordinate with the city regarding roadway repairs that are necessary relative to utility trenching in the roadways, as well as working with them with respect to additional detailing of the existing utilities in the adjoining roadways. Going to move now to landscaping and lighting. That's the next sheet. So this is sheet 5 of 11 of the set of plans, entitled the Landscape and Lighting Plan. Initial date, February 16, 2024. Revision date of September 5th, 2024. So any of the on-site areas that are not proposed to be covered by a building or walkways will be planted with ground cover. Along Beecher Street, now I'm going to talk about street trees. Along Beecher Street, there would be 2 street trees required based on the frontage along Beecher. Because of the minimum width of the sidewalk in that area, it's not possible to plant the trees there. So we are going to make a contribution to the tree bank in lieu of planting those 2 trees. Along the Broad Street frontage, the city standards would require that we construct 3 trees. Based on the desire to not block the view of this historic facade from the roadways, we are requesting that, again, we make the contribution to the tree bank in lieu of planting the 3 trees. One other issue relative to the landscape plan, or usually related to the landscape plan, is street furniture. There's currently no street furniture proposed on Broad Street, although it's required. So we will select from the city streetscape design standards and add those to the plan. With respect to lighting, the project proposes a combination of pole-mounted, building-mounted, and ground-mounted fixtures, as well as in-ramp lights on the accessible ramp. The city land use regulations under chapter 41:16 outlines minimum and maximum lighting levels at entrances to multifamily housing along the pedestrian walkways and also at the adjacent residential property lines. Based on the comments in the engineering letter, we're going to revise the lighting design to bring it closer into compliance with these standards. I expect that we'll be able to meet the minimum lighting levels at all the locations, but we probably will have a difficult time meeting the maximums that are permitted at the property lines. We're particularly concerned with pedestrian safety on the site. And we believe, which is also a concern raised by residents, and we prefer to have the lighting levels slightly higher than what's permitted as opposed to lower. So we're requesting a waiver for the locations where we can't comply with the lighting standards.
And those locations, Ms. Galvin, are generally on the pedestrian walkways on, I believe, the south side of the site.
Yeah, in fact, this is the location right over here. This is at Beecher Street right here. So this location right here, where we have the walkway immediately adjacent to a parking lot associated with a residential use. We're trying to balance a couple of standards here. There's minimum lighting levels required for the walkway, but then there's maximum lighting level required at the property line, which is right at the edge of the walkway. And it turns out that number is the same. We need a minimum of 0.5 foot candles to light the walkway, but we're only allowed to have 0.5 foot candles at the property line. So it's difficult to balance all of that when you have a tight site like this. Again, the intent is to meet the minimum requirements, which we think is critical, but that might result in a slight excess at the property line.
And what is adjacent to that sidewalk there is actually a parking lot. It's not housing or anything, correct?
It's a parking lot at this location. That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. There's some other comments raised regarding the lighting design that will require us to modify the scale of the plan just so that it's easier to review all the lighting levels in the lighting design, which we'll do, again, as part of the resolution compliance. And that's it.
Further questions for the witness, Ms. Lamello?
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Trafficante?
Yes, sir.
You have questions for the engineer?
Yes, sir. If I
Can
may.
you raise your right hand, please. Do you swear affirm testimony you're about to provide be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You state your name and title for the record, please.
Charles Trafficante. I am a principal engineer and a professional engineer. I am currently in the employment of the City of Newark Department of Engineering. My license is active and in good standing with the state board.
Thank you, Mr. Trafficante.
Thank you. Just to, I guess, sum up. Ms. Galvin, you're saying you're going to exceed the maximum allowable at the property line. Is that only along the south property line? Anywhere else?
Yeah, I think that, well, we have the south property line right here. And then also what I consider kind of the south property line is this edge over here.
Yeah.
Which has the residential building right up against the property line.
All right, well.
And just to confirm, up at the north, I don't think that's a residential use or zone where the parking lot is. So I don't think there's an issue with this property line. I think it's primarily the southerly property line, correct?
If that's non-residential along the north, you can go as much as 1 foot candle. Can you maintain 1 foot candle along the north property line as a max?
That's what our goal is, to try to comply.
Is that a yes?
Our goal is to try to comply.
That's not a yes. That's a somewhat
No, it's not a
ambiguous
yes.
question.
Yes, we're going to evaluate other lighting options to see if we can meet the standard. We haven't had an opportunity to go through the detail yet, but that's the intent, is to meet that standard.
All right, well, a couple of options, I guess. Engineering department would recommend to the board, as far as exceeding the maximum allowable at a property line next to a residential use, which I believe is the case along the south. The only thing we would say, we want to impose a limit with the board's consent of no more than 1 foot candle, and even at that, we would still want and recommend to the board as a condition of approval that should there be any complaints from adjoining property owners or their tenants of excessive light glare, spillage, that the applicant and the property owner be willing to address all complaints from adjoining property owners or their tenants for a minimum period, say at least 3 years from the issuance of the final CO for the entire building. Is that
The applicant will absolutely agree to that. And just so the board's aware, we did have a community meeting regarding this project. One of the one of the topics that came up multiple times was pedestrian safety, walkability of Lincoln Park generally, and trying to increase that. And part and parcel with that was maintaining safety and having residents feel that they were safe walking through these areas. And that's really kind of what's driving the lighting design here, is to make sure that everybody feels safe walking in and around the building.
Thank you, Council. On behalf of your applicant, are you agreeing to Mr. Traficante's request as a condition of approval?
Absolutely. If there's complaints about glare or spillage, we will absolutely address that.
all right?
Thank you. And Council, as part of the site plan, which I'm going to ask you to consider accepting conditional, preliminary, and conditional final, you agree to work with the Department of Engineering in an effort to comply with the city's lighting requirements?
We do. I don't know if we need conditional approval to do that. I mean, certainly, we're asking for the waiver today here. I think along the property line, what is generally 0.5 required. I think there's some areas of 0.6 and 0.7. Ms. Galvin can confirm that. And then along the property line where 1 is the maximum, I think we're up, 1.1. But we will comply with requirements on glare and work with the city and work with the neighbors to ensure that there's no glare. Everything will be pointed down. All the modern fixtures, allow for the light to be directed away from buildings, and we will comply with all of that.
Is that acceptable to you, Mr. Traficante?
Yes.
Thank you. Anything further, Mr. Traficante?
Yeah, there were 3 or 4 comments in the engineer's report to the board dated January 16th, where testimony was requested. 2 of them may have already been addressed, so I would like the site engineer to go over them if she can.
Charlie, do you mind pointing? I think we hit most of them. Do you have any specific? Some of them I think are also engineering that you want us to specifically address.
Yeah, all right. On page 3, under item number 3, Roman numerals 12, 13, and 14. 13 and 14 has to do with a building. Is that the same building that you said is going to be demolished? Survey, for example, on page 3, item number 3, Roman numeral 13. 13. Survey indicates an existing 1-story building located within the southwest corner of the subject lot that encroaches 1.4 feet over the common property line, the adjoining lot 25 located to the south-southeast. Applicant property owner shall provide testimony to the board as to what approvals, easements they have obtained from the adjoining property owners for neighboring lot 25 to allow for this existing building encroachment. Should no approvals, easements exist, applicant property owner shall provide additional testimony to the board as to the future disposition of this existing building encroachment to the neighboring lot 25, block 118, should the board approve this application.
Sure, so I can
That-
address that. Oh, sorry, Lisa, did you
No,
want?
go ahead, I apologize.
Yeah, so that's the building that I just mentioned was being demolished. So
Yeah.
that building will no longer result in any encroachments on the adjoining properties.
All right, and would that be the same building under the following comment? Page 3, item 3, Roman numeral 14. Survey indicates an existing one-story building located in the southwest corner of the subject lot that encroaches 1 foot over the common property line with the adjoining lot 27, block 118, located to the west. Applicant
Yeah, it's
property,
the same building. It's the same building.
same building, all right.
Encroachment over two property lines. Here's the 1.4 foot encroachment right here,
Yeah,
and here's the 1 foot encroachment right here. So it's the same building, and that building will be eliminated.
all right. Okay, and then on page 3, item 3, Roman numeral 12, survey indicates an existing wall with metal fence that encroaches into the public right-of-ways for both Lincoln Park and Broad Street. Applicant and property owner, the subject lot 20, block 118, shall provide testimony to the board as to what approvals, easements they have secured from the city of Newark to allow for this existing concrete wall and metal fence to encroach into public right-of-ways for both Lincoln Park and Broad Street. Should no approvals, easements exist, then the applicant property owner shall provide additional testimony to the board as to the future disposition of this existing concrete wall and metal fence encroachment should the board approve this application, especially with regard to how the applicant property owner shall indemnify the city of Newark from any existing or future litigation associated with this existing concrete wall and metal fence encroachment. Can you address
So
that?
we will agree to work with the city and the Department of Law. Should this be approved to in essence enter into an indemnity agreement with regard to that fencing and the concrete wall that is there. If not, it'll have to be demolished.
Not a hold harmless agreement. Hold harmless doesn't run with the property. Anything but.
No, that would run with the property with the land, of course.
Okay. And then last question. We page 5. Item number 5 on page 5, Roman numeral 12. The site layout plan shows a proposed 6.5-foot high open picket fence and gate to be installed within the public right-of-ways for Lincoln Park and Broad Street, along with an existing 9-inch maximum height retaining wall that is to remain within the public right-of-ways for Lincoln Park and Broad Street. Applicant and property owner shall provide testimony to the board as to what approvals, easements that have been granted by the city of Newark to install this proposed fence and keep this existing 9-inch maximum height retaining wall within the public right-of-ways for Lincoln Park and Broad Street. Should no approval easements exist, then the Department of Engineering recommends to the board the applicant and property owner be required to relocate this proposed fence and existing 9-inch maximum height retaining wall back onto the subject lot where it belongs, since there's room to do so.
We will comply with that. Again, we would hope to reach out to the city to enter into an indemnity and hold harmless agreement that would run with the land, and barring that, we would have to demolish that and construct it on the property. We agree to that as a condition.
Well, no fence, no gates are permitted to open out into the public right-of-ways. So that's the first thing you would have to address. That's the next last comment, item 13.
Yeah, we would definitely be addressing that as well.
So it does not swing out and
Into
and it should swing in, it should be on the property and swing into the property that it serves, so it doesn't encroach or impede pedestrian foot traffic in the public right-of-way.
Absolutely. And we will comply with that.
Otherwise, I trust you can comply with all the other comments in the engineer's report dated January 16th.
Yes, obviously we've gone over that as well.
All right. No further questions.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you. And
Thank you.
Capital, you, as stated earlier, you agree to all those as condition of approval, right?
Yes.
Right. Are there any questions for the engineer from the board? Questions for the engineer from the board? Mr. Jamali.
Yes, Mr. Chair, good evening. Just a quick question. I was wondering if,
Mr. Jamali, just raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm testimony about to provide be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Would you state your name and title for the record, please?
My name is Asadullah Jamali, Principal Engineer for the Department of Water and Sewer.
Thank you.
Yes, quick question for the engineer. Are there any waivers that they're requesting from the Water and Sewer Department from the memo that was given?
Yeah, I have the memo dated February 6, 2025.
Yes.
There's nothing specific except that I note that you are requiring that we receive approval first from the engineering department before we ask for a final sign off from your office. So we're still going to be working out some details with the engineering department, but the rest of the comments looked relatively straightforward, pretty typical.
Okay. That condition was specifically for the stormwater, but the rest of the stuff, you and I can certainly sit down, go over and discuss and finalize. So there's nothing else that you don't agree with?
Nope.
Okay. No further questions, Mr. Chair. Thank
Counsel,
you.
on behalf of your client, you agree to comply with the request of Water and Sewer Department as a condition of approval?
We do.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the engineer? Additional questions for the engineer? I just have a couple of questions. You're requesting a variance for the fence size. You want to put a 6.5-foot fence, is that correct?
Yeah,
Ms.
yeah. So a majority of the new fence is 6.5 feet high. That's just the detail for the fence that was selected. It's a standard size of 6.5 feet high. And then I described before.
A 6-foot fence is what's permitted by our ordinance, right?
Right. So we're asking for that the minimum.
Can't you just put in a 6-foot fence?
What?
I mean, why can't you just put in a 6-foot fence?
Well, the 6.5 foot isn't the greatest height that's being proposed. The greatest height we have is actually at the corner here where we're at the base of the ramp and the fence is over 7 feet high. So,
Why do you need that?
The fence along the ramp is being installed for aesthetic purposes to be level as opposed to running parallel to the ramp. So it's just taller at the low end of the ramp. It's only 4.5 feet high at the top of the ramp, but the low end of the ramp, it's taller. If the requirement, and Lisa, I'll defer to you on this, or even to the architect based on the appearance of the fence relative to the building. If the waiver is not going to be granted, then we will have to limit the fence height to 6 feet.
I think that's what was requested by our planner. Is that correct?
I think the planning letter also mentioned the fence height. Yeah, well, it did because it identified the variance.
Council, can't we just do away with that request for variance and meet the city's ordinance for fence size?
I'm going to defer to the architect to show
Okay, we'll
the
hold that
detail.
for the architect then.
Yeah, but certainly we would
Let
not.
me move on then. We'll come back to that.
Okay.
How many trees are required here, Ms.
A total of 5, 2 on Beecher and 3.
And you are providing none. And did I hear you right that the 3 trees that are permitted, where are those 3, the 3 trees required? Where are those 3 trees required?
They would be required along the Broad Street frontage.
Now, did I hear you right? I probably didn't. Did I hear you right that the reason you don't want to provide those trees is because is for aesthetic reasons?
Yeah, yes, that's one of the reasons. And I'm not sure.
So hold on, because I want to make sure I'm getting this right. So you're not going to plant trees as required by our ordinance. You're not going to plant trees in the urban desert of Newark, which reduces climate change, which reduces the toxicity in our air for aesthetic reasons. I have a real concern about that. Why shouldn't I have that concern, Ms. Calvin?
And if I may, Mr. Chair, because of the historic nature of the facade,
we're gonna have to swear you in, Ms. Lamello?
No, and we're going to get through this in architecture as well. Part of it is due to the historic nature of the facade. Part of it is due because the sight lines along Broad Street, And we did go through this with the TRC as well. The TRC, we did discuss this, not having the trees in that area would just allow the chair to know that that was architecture because of historic frontage, and sight lines with our traffic engineer will also address those trees.
I think that the historic nature of the frontage would, trees would add to that. And I'm gonna tell you, you wanna introduce this, with your architect, that's fine. But I think you know how I'm feeling about this.
I do, and there is some other green space, and certainly if the board does not wish to grant that waiver, the trees, we will find a way to get those trees in there. Certainly if that was a condition of the approval.
And that was my concern. The engineer didn't say they couldn't plant the trees. They just said, she just said because of aesthetic reasons, they would like not to plant the trees. And I say, let the trees be planted. There's no reason, there's absolutely no reason why the trees can't be there. Usually if there's an engineering reason for sight lines, it's raised by Mr. Trafficante. He has not done that. There's no parking here. Aesthetic reasons, I'm really concerned about that.
Mr. Hughes from Dynamics, our traffic engineer, discuss the trees on Broad a little more, and then on Beaker in the back. As Ms. Galvin said, the sidewalk is of limited width, so that's why we requested the waiver for the rear of the property.
So we're gonna have more testimony on that? Is that what you're telling us, Ms. LaMello?
We will have more testimony on the street
Okay,
trees.
let's call the next. Are there any members of the public, I'm sorry, who have any questions for the engineer? Members of the public who have questions for the engineer? And Ms. Galvin, you know what an urban desert is, I'm sure, right?
And I'll just let the board know, the applicant has stated that they will make they will make efforts to plant the trees in the front of the property.
What are you saying, Ms. LaMello? Are you saying
That we will plant the trees along Broad Street?
As a condition of approval?
Yes.
And as a further condition of approval, because you're still missing 2 trees, would you agree to work with our planner and the city's arborist in an effort to get those other 2 trees planted?
We will, absolutely.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the from the public for the planner? If so, please use the raise hand feature at the bottom of the screen. Screen name Fahima Shakur. Ms. Shakur, could you? Okay. Ms. Shakur, could you state your name and your address for the record, please?
Yes, Fayemi Shakur, 197 Broom Street, Newark.
Yes, Ms. Shakur, your question for the engineer?
I just had a question about the traffic study related to the trees and what it said about the trees.
Okay, well, why don't you hold that question? I think council is going to be bringing up a traffic expert. Is that correct, council?
Yes.
Why don't you hold that question for the traffic engineer?
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions for the engineer? Council?
Okay, our next witness is Roger Smith. As far as I know, no relation to Anthony Smith from Gensler. He is our architect.
That'll have to be your first question. Ms. Smith, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely.
And I apologize, I should have been clear. Mr. Roger Smith, raise your hand.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Roger Smith, can you state your name, give us your address and relationship to this application, please?
Yes, my name is Roger Smith. I'm a principal and design director at Gensler, which our offices reside in Morristown, New Jersey at 10 North Park Place. I have not had the privilege of addressing this group, but I'm very pleased to be here for the first time. I am a licensed architect in the state of New Jersey in good standing. I have also taught architectural design at university level since 1997. both in Pennsylvania and here in New Jersey. Very excited about this project.
Any
And
further
sir,
questions? I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Lamel.
sorry, I didn't interrupt. I was gonna note, ask Mr. Smith if his license was in, oh, but he's,
I stated that.
Architects, yeah, don't necessarily have that same license, so I apologize.
Mr. Smith, welcome to Newark. We'll accept Mr. Smith as an expert in the field of architecture. Counsel?
Thank you very much. Mr. Smith, can you, you are the design architect for this project, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you share your screen and bring up the architectural set that was submitted to the board previously?
Yes, I will do that now. Can you see it?
No, I cannot see it. It's I could see, there we go.
Got it?
We can see it now. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Excellent. Well, I'd like to start by just saying I'm really pleased to be here tonight. This project is very long in coming. I worked with Anthony in Lincoln Park many decades ago to think about what could happen here and the possibility for having a positive impact on this community. So we're very excited about this project. You know, as was mentioned before, this is a mixed-use project. It's got 62 residential units. It will also house the new offices of Lincoln Park Coast Cultural District, it'll be the new home for that group. We are also proposing community spaces for the community to gather and have events as a part of the project. And the restoration of the South Park Presbyterian Church facade, which you've heard a little bit about, is an essential part of this project, and frankly, the contribution to both the character of this community and the project itself. This view that you're looking at here is a view from Beecher Street, where the residential entrance is located on the more intimate street. You can see the entrance to the building on the right-hand side. There is an interest in not only creating a aesthetically pleasing lobby off of Beecher, but also to provide murals along the northern side of the building on that first floor, again to enhance the character and the connection to the arts, which is so important both to Lincoln Park and to the community. You can also see in this view at the distance the Lincoln Park or the South Park Church facade bordering on Broad Street. So again, very pleased to be introducing this project and very excited about its potential. I'll go to the next. Let's just move this. Here. Okay. Again, parking and planning will discuss some of the issues related to the variances or relief that we're looking for. One is the relief for height. We feel that the scale of the building is appropriate to the site, not dissimilar to the scale of buildings in and around the area. But our planners and other consultants will speak to that further. I'd really like to start to talk about the importance of the church itself. Here you can see the current condition of the church, which is in need of serious care. Lincoln Park Coast Cultural District has invested in the stabilization of this over the years in anticipation for this moment, which is to transform it, to make it a part of a broader community, to connect it with an actual community through the housing itself. And of course, as the home of Lincoln Park Coast District, it will be something that the community couldn't be more proud of. Some of the things that we anticipate is really the full restoration of the facade itself, which you can see from these photographs would require the removal of paint, the replacement of windows to replace the boarded up sections and put in new stained glass windows to restore the sort of grand entry doors in the front of the building, to repair the steps, to repoint, repair stone, all of that in an effort to make this the kind of monument it really has always wanted to be in this community. Here you can see drawings of some of that restoration that's anticipated. Again, the tower had a number of elements. It had a cupola that was on the top of that. The ultimate goal is to restore those or to recreate those. But again, we're also repointing all of the facade. We are additionally replacing the vents in the bell tower and restoring those. Again, the decorative stained glass window, as you can see here, will really completely transform the facade and in its appearance on Broad Street. Again, you can see the character of those great doors that existed here. Really an important part of the project. Here you can see the facade itself. You can see the recreated cupola on top. You can again see the new sort of fresh face of Lincoln Park through the church facade restoration. You can see a hint of the sort of beauty that we anticipate for the stained glass windows that were the stained glass windows were actually recovered from another space that required that burned and were salvaged. So that should be a really wonderful thing. Here you can also see the fencing around the perimeter. I understood the comments well, and I think with the client's permission, of course, I think we can find ways of reducing the height to accommodate the conditions of the fencing that you've requested. Also, again, our initial idea of making sure that this facade is something that's highly visible and an important part of this is really important. I think there certainly is, it certainly is possible to have street trees on this frontage and still frame the facade to make it something that really is powerful as this gateway into the city of Newark. In this facade, in this drawing, you can also see what we've done with the facade itself. The base is a stone base with paneling on the outside. We've stepped back the building a bit to add the kind of connection to the facade that you see here, so that it really has prominence on the street front. Again, the previous view here. The other thing we've done is the facade itself is articulated by a series of undulating panels that really has the kind of rhythmic freedom of music itself. And of course, the halls of this church were resounding with those musical rhythms and sounds that we really hope to bring back in many ways to this community. Again, just to orient the group, we do have a significant amount of green space, which you can see around the perimeter of the site. The entrances to the Lincoln Park Coast Cultural District is in this area. They'll house the facade of the church as well as the area that you see here. There are a series of lofts on that first level that you see here. The entry to the actual and lobby and business center for the residential space will be again accessed from Beecher Street. On
And
the,
Mr. Smith,
yes,
just so I understand, from the front of, or the board understands, from the front of the building, it's access through the old facade of the church. So it's a little higher than the entrance at the rear. Is that correct?
that's correct. That's correct. They're at two different levels. You ramp up, as Daphne had mentioned, to get up to this level. We build up to the level of the original porch, so you're up on a separate level. Here, you're down at the lower level that's actually on grade, addressed right from the sidewalk. So all of the office for Lincoln Park Cultural District exist on that upper level of the portico itself.
And while you're on the ramp, can you discuss some of the placement of the fence, why it's higher?
Yes,
at the end of
the fence
ramp?
is higher. It's higher along this area. One of the things we thought that would really help the look of the building along this side is a consistent railing system that was parallel to the ground plane. And so it was higher at this location, so that as you reach the top of this porch, again, a little bit around 48 inches would be the height at this point. So that was the condition there. And we can certainly, as you're moving around the front of the site, reconfigure the current arrangement of both the gate and the fence itself to accommodate inward facing gates.
Thank you.
And then the plan below you see here is the lower level. You access this lower level through an elevator and stairs. And this is the sort of community center, the community room, which could host events for both Lincoln Park Coast Cultural District and the community itself. There's also a fitness center on this level and various support spaces here as well. Again,
And so
these
that
plans
space will
at level. Yep.
I was just saying that space will in essence function as a church basement typically would, or a community space, what we would think of as a classic kind of church basement feel.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And again, the ability and the potential for community gathering and creating a community space is so important on multiple levels. And it will really be an amazing support space, not only for Lincoln Park Coast Cultural District and their team, but the community itself.
Thank you.
No doubt. Again, a mix of unit types throughout. Levels 2 and 3 have a mix of 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom, and studio spaces. Again, on that third level, you can see the loft apartments and the area that takes up. The ground level is a much higher level because of the need of elevation change along Broad Street, and that creates the opportunity for loft spaces. Again, similar stack of both 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3 bedrooms on those upper levels as we move up the building. There, again, a similar arrangement of spaces there. At that level, you can also see a terrace where basically the portico of the church ends and the bell towers begin. That will be an accessible terrace area for, again, gatherings and events for Lincoln Park and the community itself, and will afford some amazing views of the city beyond, as well as the detail along those bell towers. This is the roof level, which is accessible. Again, a shielded series of equipment screens will be placed there as well. And again, you can see that lower level terrace adjacent to the bell towers. Here are the facades that we discussed. Again, the original church facade, which is attached to the building itself, again, the terrace that I had mentioned before that has access for community events exists here. Again, that's a great opportunity to not only create more community space, but to add relief between the facade of the church and the primary facade of the building itself. So we think that's a sensitive approach to how we treat that. Again, the lower level facade, a sort of gray brick, the upper level cement panel system that replicates stone. And again, that's the north facade. Going back. Again, you can see the south facade here, similar arrangement of materials. And then here you can see the church facade itself. And again, this incredible restoration project that's connected to a new community and a vibrant Lincoln Park will really make a difference, we think, in this community. We comply with all of the signage conditions, so that's what this is showing. But again, very excited about the project, very excited about the potential for it, and the impact that both Lincoln Park Coast Cultural District can make, and the contribution the building can make to the community.
And Mr. Smith, this project will comply with UHAC standards, meaning it will have the correct distribution of units, including 3-bedroom units for families as well.
Absolutely, yes.
And the I'll just state for the record, as a 62-unit proposed development, the applicant in the development will comply with the set-asides for affordable housing. Thank you, Mr. Smith. I have no further questions for Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board for the architect? Questions from the board for the architect?
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Hall.
Yeah, I guess I have a silly question for the architect. Out on the front, is that going to be the entrance, or is there another entrance to the building?
Yes, so the primary entrance to the Lincoln Park offices and to the community center will be in this location along the side, up that ramp that we were talking about, with covering along that area. The area that you're seeing here is the loft units that are that higher bay along this area, but the primary entrance for Lincoln Park is here. They will also have access to that porch at the portico itself.
So, but that's the front of the building is just facade. The entrance is where you pointed to on the side?
That's right.
Okay. All right. Beautiful. Thank you.
Mr. Hazel. Mr. Hazel, why don't you raise your right hand? Do you swear affirm testimony about to provide the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you state your name and title for the record, please?
Gerard Hazel, board planner. I'm not sure if you touched on it, but could you go to the lower level layout?
Yes.
Okay.
Whoops, let me get back. Sorry.
There you go. All right, you did indicate that the area downstairs is going to be used as community meeting space, correct?
Correct.
Right. Now, how does that associate with the area in the front with the fitness center? Is that going to be accessible from
No,
as well?
the areas that you see in purple are all of the public amenity spaces with the supporting restrooms along the Broad Street side. All of what you see here in gray, or there are some support spaces for the community center, but beyond this point that I'm pointing to, where the elevators are and the fitness center, that's all sort of back of house for the building itself.
Okay. All right. That was one area I was just not clear about, because I see the doors, and doors kind of make me just think access, but I understand what you're saying. And if you go up to the 4th floor where the terrace is proposed, the outdoor terrace.
Yes.
Is it the 5th floor or the 4th floor?
Sorry.
Is that pretty much the same as well, that it will just be for the use of the community organization, not the residents of the building will not have access to this area?
That's correct. This is a space that's going to be controlled by Lincoln Park Coast Cultural District to host events and gatherings separate from the community that resides in the apartment building.
Okay. I'm just curious, in a situation like this, especially where, well, okay, never mind. I think I just answered my question. All right, no, that answers my question. I just wanted to know what the flow was going to be between the community organization space and the residents, and that explains it. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions from the board for the architect? Additional questions from the board, Commissioner Torres?
Yes, I would like to know, are the units are gonna have the washer and dryer?
There are washers and dryers in each of the apartments. That will be a part of every apartment accommodation.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions from the board for the architect? Mr. Smith, I wonder if you could show us your smallest apartment and do the yin yang here, the smallest and the largest.
Yeah, let's see here. I will. This is one of the studio spaces here.
Zoom in on that.
Let's see.
Like
Yes,
mine.
I think I can. Up. Sorry. There we go. Can you see this a bit better?
Yeah.
So you come into the apartment, a window off of the kitchen, and then the studio space, which has ample space for seating in the living room, and then a kind of nook for the bedroom area.
What's the total square footage there?
This one is 565.
Ooh,
This is 550, so this is a little smaller.
wow. They seem pretty small.
And that's a studio space, which all are in that range.
Okay. Is that the smallest 550?
541, I think, is the smallest of those.
Can you show us that one?
Yep, we were just there.
It was so small I missed it, Mr. Rogers.
And we'll just note, Mr. McDonald will testify that the unit sizes comply with the redevelopment plan.
Right.
And the building itself complies with UHAC standards as well.
Absolutely. Let's try to show this smaller one. That's this one here.
One more time with your hand, please. Yep.
Right here in this area. So you come into the main living area, kitchen, and then a bedroom area with access to the bathroom.
And you feel that's a good size for a studio, Mr. Smith?
Yes, yes, and again, it complies with the all of the guidelines that have been established for these sizes of units.
And that's the washer and dryer there, those dotted lines, is that?
This is washer dryer here.
Okay, great.
So closet here, you come into the main living space, and washer and dryer off of that next to the kitchen area.
Thank you. I was a little bit confused about your testimony about the fence. Are you saying you're going to comply with the city's ordinance about fence size, 6 feet?
I think we can work with the groups to accommodate a fence that is at 6 feet that works well, both aesthetically and will accommodate your desires.
Is that a yes? You're gonna, You're gonna meet the
Yes, they will all comply. Yes.
Okay. Council, you accept that as a condition of approval, the withdrawal of that variance?
We do, yes.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the architect? One last thing, Mr. Roger Smith, the restoration of the cupolas, that's definitely part of this plan. Is that correct? Is that fair to say?
Again, part of the first effort is to restore the existing. And I think the desire is to actually build these and recreate these funding permitted. That's a question for the client, but that is the intent.
So that may not happen then.
The intent is that it will happen.
And the reason I ask is because the height permitted is 45 feet. You're requesting over 73 feet. That's a, and that's what springs this D variance, the D6 variance. But the restoration of the cupolas really significantly reduces what would otherwise be an unusually large building for that area. Would you agree with that?
You mean the addition of the cupolas add more scale to the building and would reduce the appearance of the size of the apartment building?
Yes. Thanks for making my inartful description much more artful. Yeah. Would you agree with that?
I feel that in many ways the restoration of the facade itself creates a nice proportion between the building that we've established and the scale of the building, the density as well, as well. So I think it is aesthetically balanced in this arrangement.
Why you answer that like
And,
a bullet. Can you go to the drawing that showed the heights? I think you had a drawing that showed heights and you had lines across. I wonder if you can go back to that.
And I'll just let the chair know that Mr. McDonough will provide
I appreciate
his street view testimony.
I do appreciate that. I'd like to see.
Right.
Yeah, I think you had another drawing that showed the lines all the way across with height lines.
In this area here?
Yeah, I
Maybe
can't
it's
see
this.
that too well. I think
Let
that
me see.
I think there was even another drawing. It showed the it had heights. Measurements that went across. It was showed the height of the cupola as opposed to the
Which is
relation to the building behind.
oh, okay. Yes.
That sheet, I think A201,
Mhm.
202.
This one, is this the one you're thinking?
Yeah.
If you make that bigger, I think it shows the
Mhm.
yeah. So
Mhm.
if you yeah, I think there was one that showed on the side, but if you didn't restore the cupola, oh yeah, keep going. There you go. Fantastic. That's it. If you didn't restore the cupola, what would be the height without that restoration of the cupola?
That height is
It's a
at
little
the 70.
below.
It's a little. It's about at the height of the 73.3
Yeah, it
inches.
looks like it's a little below the height of the building, right?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, that the restoration of the cupola would really would not only aesthetically make this whole front what the Broad Street facade pop, it would really minimize the size of the building. You said it much better than I would. Would you agree with that? There you go.
Yeah. Yeah, I think as I mentioned before, it would be if it's possible to do, it would be an amazing contribution.
Yeah, wow. I
And
didn't-
you know, and frankly, that is the goal. That is what we're doing. And again, that's one of the reasons the building scale is set as it is to balance the grandeur of that church facade to the larger body of the building.
Right, but without the cupolas, you lose that to a significant degree.
We felt that it would still work, but our intent is to build it because that is the it's going to have the most power in terms of its impact on the community, the symbolism as a gateway into the city of Newark. All of that is an important part of the project.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. It would be far less powerful without the restoration of those cupolas. Any further questions for the architect? Council.
Okay, our next witness is Mr. Connor Hughes from Dynamic Engineering to speak to traffic and parking.
Let's.
Good evening, everyone.
Mr. Hughes, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm testimony about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name, your address, and your relationship to this application.
Certainly, my name is Connor Hughes. Last name is spelled Hughes. I am the traffic engineer hired for the applicant. Business address, I work at Dynamic Traffic at 245 Main Street, Chester, New Jersey.
Mr. Hughes, you've appeared before this board numerous times in the past, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
Are your professional credentials the same now as they were when you last appeared before this board?
Yes, still fully licensed as a professional engineer in good standing.
Thank you. We'll accept Mr. Hughes as an expert in the field of traffic engineering. Counsel.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hughes, you prepared a traffic impact study with regard to this project, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and can you tell the boards your findings with regard to traffic impact and parking assessment?
Yeah, certainly. So we did prepare a traffic impact and parking study. It was dated about a year ago, February 16th, 2024. So the main aspect of that report was looking at the parking availability, given that we're not providing any parking on site, based on the constraints with some of the site frontage and then maintaining that the church facade over on Broad. So again, that the main focus of the report is looking at the parking availability along the streets in the surrounding area. So to establish those counts, we counted within the 300-foot radius as required by the city of Newark. This is in accordance with their ordinance standards. And then we also expanded that study area up to 1,000 feet to what we would be considered a reasonable walking distance. And we derived that from the fact that the city considers a 1,200-foot walk to a train station as a threshold in determining a parking requirement for residential buildings. So we felt that 1,000-foot radius is aligned with what we consider to be essentially a reasonable walking distance. So that being said, we did do those counts during the weekday, Thursday, February 8th, 2024, 7 to 10 in the morning, 6 to 11 at night. And then we also did weekend counts on Saturday, February 10th, 2024, from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. And then Sunday, February 11th, 2024, from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Again, all those times in accordance with the city requirements. There was a mention in the traffic review letter about counting a second weekday. So we do acknowledge that is also part of the city requirements. We actually had some recent parking data back in October 2024, so a few months ago, for a nearby project that somewhat overlapped with our study area. So we did just take a quick look at those and found that there was 2 weekdays that we counted at that site. Specifically, that one was 457 Washington Street, so just a couple blocks over. But when we looked at both the weekday counts for that report, we found that the numbers were pretty consistent from day to day. So we wouldn't anticipate that our single day of counts for this project would significantly change if we were to count a second weekday. But certainly, if that's a requirement, if the board acts favorably as a resolution item, then we're more than happy to accommodate that request. But point being, so within the 300-foot radius that we counted, we found an overall minimum of 21 spaces. This occurred on the Saturday afternoon. Makes sense. There's some commercial uses in the area. Specifically, we also focused on the later evening weekday timeframe, since we're a residential use, and that's when that type of use would typically be at its peak, when most residents are home for the night. So during that late evening period, we found a minimum of 32 spaces in that 300-foot study area. And just to go over the rest of those days, so specifically the weekday AM period, we found anywhere from 22 to 27 spaces. Weekday evening, we found anywhere from 32 to 34. Saturday was 21 to 50 spaces, and Sunday was 23 to 30 spaces. Again, all within a 300-foot radius. When we expand that to the 1,000-foot radius, that overall minimum jumps up to 123 spaces that we found available, with a minimum of 164 during that peak residential demand at night. So just to put into perspective, the available parking that's in the area. And we also did look at the hourly turnover in that 300-foot radius. It wasn't in the report, but again, this is one of the comments that was raised in the traffic review letter dated January 21st. So within that 300-foot range, we found an average of 3 to 6% turnover on weekdays and about 13 to 20% during a weekend. Essentially, this examines the difference in available spaces each hour, whether it's more or less compared to the hour before. We found that those were the percentages about that those spaces were turning over. So with 3 to 6% turnover on the weekday, that means over 90% of the vehicles during the weekdays are essentially parked there for a longer duration, or an hour or more, is what our findings showed us. So we also did take a quick look at the trip generation associated with the project. We established this based on and referencing ITE, their trip generation manual. I'm sure you've heard many traffic engineers talk about this before, including myself, but essentially establishes peak parking demands based on various items such as units, square footage, things of that nature, those types of variables. So based on the number of units being 62, we calculated the AM and PM peak hour trips. So during the AM peak hour, we project 5 entering trips, 7 exiting trips for a total of 12. PM peak hour projects 7 entering trips, 10 exiting trips for a total of 17. And this is based on what ITE considers to be a dense multi-use urban environment, which essentially means there's readily available mass transit, walkability in terms of sidewalks, bike networks, things of that nature. So obviously, with Newark being very much an urban city environment, we feel that this is appropriate and representative of this particular location and project. And just to put that into perspective, New Jersey DOT considers 100 new peak hour trips to be a significant increase. So we're well below that threshold with a maximum of 17 peak hour trips. And then even further, ITE also establishes a threshold of 50 new trips for conducting a traffic impact study. So we're also below that threshold as well. So just based on that, as well as the numerous mass transit options within the area, Penn Station's a 3/4 mile walk. You have multitudes of bus lines available, particularly right in front of the site, right at the intersection of Broad and Lincoln Park. There's access to 8 different bus lines. So just with all that in mind, we really don't anticipate a significant impact from a vehicular trip generation standpoint. And this was acknowledged as much in the traffic review letter as well. Getting into the parking requirements based on the Lincoln Park redevelopment plan, they actually state 2 different parking requirements for the residential, either 0.5 spaces per bedroom or 1 space per unit. So this results in a demand of 36 spaces based on the bedrooms, or 62 spaces based on the units. There is a requirement for the commercial space as well. They heard our architect talk about the office and the community space that will be provided as part of the development. The parking requirement for that is 1 per 1,000 square feet, which results in a requirement of 7. So when you add that to the residential, essentially the total parking demand or requirement is anywhere from 43 if you base it on bedrooms to 69 if you base it on the units. Again, as I mentioned, we're not proposing any vehicular access or on-site parking due to the constraints associated with maintaining the facade as well as the narrow width over on Beecher Street. So we're essentially just relying on the available street parking that we counted to accommodate any demands associated with the site. We also looked at some other metrics as well, mainly including census data for vehicle occupancy, specifically for the census tract that the site is located in. This resulted in a demand of just less than the 0.5 spaces per unit, which equates to 29 spaces based on the 62 units being proposed. We also looked at ITE parking demands. Again, ITE has rates based on research that they've done at similar sites, and they established a rate of just under 0.5 spaces per bedroom. This results in 33 spaces for the 62 units. So this ITE and census data essentially aligns with that of the redevelopment plan requirement based on the bedrooms. And going back to my summary of the parking counts that we established, with a minimum of 32 overnight parking spaces within 300 feet, that effectively accounts for that ITE and census data specific to this particular area. The redevelopment plan actually does stipulate the use of private parking facilities within 500 feet. We're obviously not providing any private facilities, but the 500-foot radius, still that part of it still can apply to as far as a walking distance is concerned with the street parking. So when we look at the 500 feet radius with our street counts, we find a minimum of 42 spaces on a weekday with 73 during that residential demand overnight. And that 73 spaces would accommodate the redevelopment plan requirement of 62 based on the number of units. And again, we even went further and expanded that parking count up to 1,000 feet, which found 164 overnight spaces. So really, even though within that 300 feet, the parking is somewhat limited, it still accounts for, parking demands associated with the specific area and based on the use and the mass transit that's available. There's more than enough parking within what we consider to be a reasonable walking distance that can accommodate the site. There's obviously a lot of factors that do help to reduce the parking demands. I mentioned the mass transit. It's obviously there's sidewalks conducive to walking, biking. You have taxi services, Uber, Lyft, things of that nature that offer alternate means of travel aside from personal vehicles. And the commercial, I'll call it commercial space, but really the office space and the community space would essentially serve the residents in the surrounding community. So we wouldn't anticipate that will have an appreciable parking demand associated with it. So really the parking demands for this site are mainly associated with the residents. So after accounting for all that, after accounting for the residential demand associated with this project, it's clear from the counts that we conducted that there's not only enough availability to accommodate the site, but also any other developments within the surrounding area. There was some mention of the trees as well. Obviously, we mentioned prior that we're going to work with the arborist and city engineering to install those trees on Broad Street. So we're happy to do that. And I think that pretty much sums it up, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Council, anything further for this from this witness?
Nothing, no questions for me.
Mr. Trafficante.
Yes, sir.
I remind you, you're previously sworn, Mr. Trafficante. Once again, your name for the record.
Charles Trafficante, Principal Engineer, City of Newark. Mr. Hughes, in the review memo prepared by myself dated January 21st of this year, the last bullet point, did your traffic and parking study take into account contributions effects to the projected traffic along both Broad Street, says Brad, typo, and Lincoln Park and Beecher Street due to other proposed developments within a 1,000-foot radius of the subject site, including but not limited to the proposed 3-story addition and 1-story building conversion at the existing charter school located at 13-15 Crawford Street, also known as 482, 488 Washington Street, and 419, 421 Woolsey Street. Did your traffic and parking study take into account contributions from other developments, such as the one I cited, plus any others?
So there was no specific credit taken or examination of any park demands associated with particularly the school or any other nearby developments. But as I just noted, there's ample parking within the local area within that 1,000 feet that's mentioned as the influence area for these adjacent developments. So even after accounting for demands associated with our particular project, we feel confident that there's ample parking that can accommodate without knowing the specifics of those other projects in the school as well. But we still do feel confident that there's ample supply of parking in the area that could accommodate those other developments.
Even if there's a crossover effect of people driving their kids from home, being here to the school and back again, was any of that taken into account? That's what I
Not
mean.
specifically, no.
And if you had, what would it do? Would it increase the number of trips? Would it reduce the number of available parking spaces? What?
Truthfully, I can't really say. I don't know the specifics of the school development. So without knowing that, a lot of times the schools and when they look to expand, sometimes it's to better accommodate their existing student population. So I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if they plan on expanding the student population. So I can't really speak to any impacts associated specifically with the school.
So it's fair to say your study didn't take into account contributions from other proposed developments.
Not specifically, no. But again, there's ample parking that can help to account for any overflow parking with those developments.
But 1,000 feet away?
Within 1,000 feet, yes.
Pushing 1,000 feet, you know that, right? Mm-hmm. Question is, how far are you willing to go out as far as it takes to find available parking that you need? Because it's already, we went from 3 to 500 to 1,000. What's next? 1,200, 1,500?
Well, we show within 300 feet that there's enough to accommodate demand associated with the local census data, as well as ITE data for similar sites. And again, the 1,200-foot radius is mentioned as a factor for considering residential parking in the city of Newark. When it's within 1,200 feet of a train station, no parking is required. So we feel that 1,000 feet provides more than enough and is appropriate to accommodate pedestrians walking to and from the site.
1,200 feet.
And we'll just note that the president of the school, grade 8 school, is actually on tonight in support and will also testify and can answer any additional questions that Mr. Trafficante may have about parking.
All right.
Specific to the school.
If I may close. Thank you, Mr. Hughes. That 1,200 feet, you're in the Lincoln Park redevelopment zone, right? Area. And I think that 1,200 feet is not part of the parking requirements in Lincoln Park. It may be in the either the Newark Riverfront redevelopment plan or the Broad Street Station redevelopment plan or the Newark zoning land use regulations, but is that 200 feet part of the Lincoln Park redevelopment plan?
No, it's not. But I'm really just using it as a frame of reference in the sense that it's, in my mind, considered as a reasonable walking distance if we're saying that within 1,200 feet of a train station. Granted, we're not, so that's not, I'm not stipulating that we're within 1,200 feet of a train station, but point being, I would reason to believe that 1,200 feet was established based on the fact that that would be considered a reasonable walking distance, and that's why that parking would not be required. So it's not part of the Lincoln Park redevelopment plan. The redevelopment plan does mention the parking must be provided within 500 feet within private facilities. Again, we're obviously not providing that, but the 500-foot distance still applies in the sense that that's how far the influence area is that they would be looking at. And within that 500 feet, we found more than ample parking to support the project.
Well, based on what ITE, but not based on the city standards, what came?
No, based on the redevelopment plan standard. So the redevelopment requires 62 spaces, well, 69 if you consider the commercial. And we found 73 within the 500 feet. So it does accommodate that redevelopment plan requirement.
That was on a weekday or on a weekend?
That's during the weeknight when the peak residential is happening.
All right.
Anything further, Mr. Trafficante?
Questions, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
further questions for the traffic engineer from the board? Questions for the traffic engineer from the board? Other questions? Oh, I'm sorry, Vice Chair Montford.
Mr. Hughes, you said, can you tell me your morning time calculation again?
Yeah, sure. So morning, we conducted the count from 7 to 10 a.m. Within 300 feet, we found anywhere from 22 to 27 spaces.
I'm just always curious because I definitely know there's another project that's nearly complete on the side street near the church.
Mhm.
Then more projects being completed on Washington, and
Yep.
then school traffic. So I'm just trying to figure out, how did you find these parking spaces when the teachers from Great Oaks are parking there? Then you have the current building that's going to future that's probably going to be ready in about a month and a half. They don't have parking. Then the new that was built on West Kenny and Washington. Then there's another new building that they tore down a lot that they're getting ready to build another building on. All this is within this location. I'm just, where did you find these available spots during this time?
So during the morning, I'd have to take a look at the specific data, but at least with the school use, it's complementary with the residential in the sense that, residents are leaving in the morning when the school traffic's coming in, and then by the time the school traffic leaves, in the early mid-afternoon, residents would be coming home at that point, anybody that drives. So they're complementary in that sense. But as far as exactly where those spaces are available, again, a lot of them are either along Broad Street. We found some along Lincoln Park, and then along Halsey as well, from what I can recall from memory.
All right, that's very interesting because you have to pay the meter to park on Broad Street. So if I live there, I'm still paying to pay the meter to park on Broad Street. So to count that as parking, and you got to pay to park there on Broad Street, and there's really no parking by Lincoln Park on the Broad Street side. So counting those numbers and counting near the church, it's just very curious. This area, Newark has a parking issue, but I'm just only concerned like how the count is going because this area is definitely going to have some stress level when it comes to parking, and I don't want people just, showing up to council meetings or showing up and saying who approved this and yada yada. There's an issue there with parking. Period.
Yeah.
You got the club Allegro there on the back street. You have a nightclub there at night that has a club. A lot of people come there on Monday nights to watch the football game Sunday. Then you have several things going on around in that area. So I was just curious how you came up with your numbers. Thanks.
Yeah, no, totally understand and absolutely we acknowledge that it's throughout the city that there's issues with parking. So, and that's part of the reason why we venture outside of that 300-foot range is to show that even though if within that close area that there's not the enough parking to accommodate it, there's still enough within, the general surrounding area, even if it's not within the immediate block, to assist with that parking supply.
Traffic Conti on this one. You're pushing the limit a little bit because the train station is a long way from Lincoln Park where you can actually board a train. We don't have no in between stops. It's either station or nothing. Mr. Chair, back to you. You're muted, Mr. Chair.
Further questions for the traffic engineer? Other questions from the public for the traffic engineer? Council.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. McDonough is our final witness of the evening.
McDonough, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear affirm testimony about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name, your address, and your relationship to this application.
My name is John McDonough. My address is 101 Gibraltar Drive, Parsippany, New Jersey, and I'm the project planner.
Ms. McDonough is well known to this board. Ms. McDonough, your license, your planning license is in full force and effect in the state of New Jersey. Is that correct?
That's correct.
We'll accept Mr. McDonough as an expert in the field of planning. Council?
Thank you very much. Mr. McDonough, I will ask you to provide your testimony and exhibits to support the variances requested, noting that the planning exhibits will need to be marked as exhibits A1. Bring those up.
So as I launch into A1, I will be relatively brief here. I see the hour. This is a really good application. The board has heard a lot of testimony and seen a lot of good visual evidence to support what's before the board. I think the location is important here. And we'll start off with A1 for the record. It's going to be a 3-slide exhibit to show what you saw at the outset, the location of the subject property, which is this irregular shaped piece of land that is developed with, as you heard Anthony Smith say at the outset, not only a historic facade, but an endangered historic facade at a very visually prominent location in the community, certainly a focal point. And certainly one of the main benefits of this application is the preservation and restoration of this focal point at the junction of two of your major roads, Broad Street and Lincoln Park, and also, of course, the terminus of Chestnut Street. This is the focal point of a view shed as you come down Chestnut. So preserving that structure, restoring that structure will certainly add value and quality to the entire corridor and the district. We know the importance of this district, and another very significant thing at the heart of this application is LPCCD itself, which has been recognized in the redevelopment plan as a major player in the revitalization of Lincoln Park. We know its historic significance going back to the Civil War days, and this has been the advocate for this section of the community with its emphasis on community, culture, and economy, generating affordable housing, social and cultural programs, and job growth, and again, economic development. All of that will be housed here, which is where LPCCD will be moving to and relocating. So I don't think it can be underscored enough that's a very significant community benefit as well. Another thing that's important here is we are asking for height relief to have 7 stories in what is zoned for a 3-story building. Importantly, if we were one lot over, we could have a 15-story building. This is a district that allows for 15-story buildings at 160 feet, which would be double what the applicant is proposing here. This is essentially a transitional lot in terms of what the applicant is doing, a step down, if you will, from potential 15-story buildings down to potential 3-story buildings. 7 stories is a very appropriate step down, and also, in my view, anchors the corner by creating that focal point. On the opposite side of Bleacher, we have zoning that would allow for 6-story buildings. So this is not far afield in that regard from what could be, and this infill is certainly compatible with what is planned and zoned for in the surrounding neighborhood. I agree that the restoration of the cupolas adds to the overall aesthetic appeal of the project, but I think context also becomes the key justification for the height here, that this is an area that is targeted for great height around this particular site. Just to underscore the location again, we have a little flag on here in the 3D. Again, the focal point of Chestnut and at the intersection of Broad and Lincoln Park. You do have some larger buildings at the other angle point along the roadway, and we are at a key angle point as well. So sort of a bookend, if you will, of what we see at the other end of the district. And then finally, again, to underscore the important point here, this is what this building looked like. On this otherwise dreary day, it still has its historic beauty to it, and the applicant is proposing to restore it to that grand luster that it originally had. That said, as you saw through the architecturals, the backdrop of the building is not going to overpower, but actually complement that which is there. Maybe we'll just hover on this one for the time being, but this is all part of the Lincoln Park redevelopment plan, and there are multiple districts here or sub-districts. This is in the historic core, the historic park district, where in the entire redevelopment plan, this particular area and this particular site is called a redevelopment priority. So we have another benefit here, and the applicant is ready, willing, and able to invest in this site and again, bring it back to a revitalization standpoint. In terms of the overall zone conformance, the use is permitted in the zone. There's no relief required for those unit sizes. There's no relief required for the overall bulk of the building in terms of floor area or the intensity of the building in terms of density. The main relief, again, is for D6 height relief, where 73.25 is what's proposed. 45 feet would be the maximum that's allowed. There's some subsidiary C relief, which we'll get into as necessary to effectuate the overall benefits of the project as a whole. But importantly, we always turn to the positive criteria and the negative criteria. In terms of purposes of zoning that are advanced here, we see the advancement of purpose A, the promotion of the general welfare, because this project will provide for a diversified mix of new housing stock. And as I said, will also be home to LPCCD. It is going to also advance purpose G of the land use law to provide a variety of uses in appropriate locations, because it is going to provide, along with that diversified housing mix, a community center reminiscent of the fellowship hall that was originally on the lower level. You heard about the beautiful terrace that you're going to see there, a good place for gatherings and taking advantage of those magnificent views at this corner of the community. Additionally, the advancement of purpose J, the promotion of historic preservation, to preserve, renovate, and recreate those bell towers, that, again, endangered facade. I think the cupolas would certainly be the icing on the cake if that can be achieved here as well. Purpose I, the promotion of a desirable visual environment, not only with the front facade on Broad Street, but the rest of the building as well. As you heard through Roger Smith's testimony, this is a building that is going to have great movement, great rhythm with the ins and outs that are proposed here. And then finally, purpose M, our planning goal for efficient use of land, taking what's there, adaptively reusing it and repurposing the balance of the site is certainly in accordance with that goal as well. With respect to the negatives, based on all of the testimony, I believe relief can be granted without any substantially adverse impacts with respect to the height. There will be no blocking of scenic views on account of that additional height. In fact, I think this will be creating a scenic view. There will be no negative shadow effects on adjoining buildings. Certainly, the added height will not create a population density that's beyond the carrying capacity of the land. And it is certainly not going to provide a building that is unsightly or overpowering. I thought a good visual for the board, and the chair asked for it, and I had the same thing teed up on the screen here, was that A201 where with the cupola on the top, you've got a tower element that would certainly dominate the view of the rest of the building. And again, I thought these were good visuals to support that height relief as well. Lastly, with respect to the C relief, these are all interrelated to the overall project benefits that I just stated. C relief for the number of stories, 7, where 3.5 is the maximum allowed. Again, that goes back to the height control. There is also relief for the building type. This is a form-based code here in the redevelopment plan. Mixed use per se is not permitted, so that requires C relief as well, as Mr. Hazel pointed out. Apartments are allowed here, civic uses are allowed here, but the combination of the two triggers not a use variance, but a building type variance. And I think based on the testimony and the nice integration, that relief can be granted here without upsetting the intent of the building type controls. I had C relief for the fence height, but I'm going to cross that out because I think that has been testified as eliminated. C relief for the parking, I'll just fall back on the testimony of Mr. Hughes, 0 where 62 would be required. And then finally, I have design relief related to the light levels exceeding 0.5 foot candles at the property line. And I think there's a stipulation to work with Mr. Trafficante to try to not get them to exceed 1 foot candle at the property lines. I think the last thing I'll say is with respect to those trees, I think there was movement by the applicant to conform. We do have a tree next to the building on Broad Street, and then we have another tree to the left. There is a limited area that we can certainly work with your arborist to get those trees. I think we're going to have a problem getting a tree close to this stop control or this signalization control, and probably have to work with Mr. Trafficante and your water and sewer department as to what I'll call the spaghetti maze of utilities, wires, and lines that run under Broad Street, so we don't conflict with anything there. But the stipulation is to work to get those trees there, so I don't think we need to ask for relief in that regard. All said,
Mr. McDonough, I think that request was withdrawn, and the trees, it was agreed that those trees would be planted.
and Mr. Chairman, you raised a good point about the urban desert. That redevelopment plan was talking about that in 2011. So it's been a recurring theme for sure. That said, I think the applicant meets its burden here. As I said, it's a really good application. I think the relief is warranted at this location, in this situation. And with that, I'll end my testimony and say approval is warranted.
Council, any further questions for this witness?
No further questions. Thank you. I'll defer to the board.
Other questions from the board for Mr. McDonough? Questions for Mr. McDonough from the board? So, council, based on Mr. McDonough's testimony, I have a couple of questions. And I'm going to ask for you to consider, for your applicant to consider 2 additional conditions of approval. First, the existing facade, again, the existing facade on Broad Street, the historic facade. As a condition of approval, does your applicant agree to rehabilitate and restore that existing facade?
That is part of the application, is to restore the existing facade.
So
Part of it, yeah.
So your applicant agrees to that as a condition of approval?
Absolutely, yes.
And now, my next one, and I do understand the concern here that was raised by Mr. Smith, Mr. Roger Smith. As a condition of approval, would your applicant agree to diligently work to restore the cupolas here? To keep, let me finish. And again, to diligently work to undertake anything that's needed to restore the cupolas, and to keep the board staff appraised about the ability to do so. And if unable to do so, and to explore other possibilities and come back to this board to advise us what if any other possibilities you can undertake, if any.
But yes, absolutely. And just to be clear, it is the intention to add the cupolas with the understanding that Lincoln Park is it's in essence a nonprofit. It's intending to provide housing in the community. It's not a standard developer, and so they have done the work. And as long as all of the financing lines up and the grants are available, they are absolutely intending to bring this back to its historic nature and to revitalize and restore the front of the church as to what it was before the fire.
Is that a yes, Ms. Lamello, to both?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from the board? Are there questions from the public? Do you have any further witnesses, Ms. Lamello?
We do not, no.
Are there any members of the public who would like to make a statement at this time? If so, please raise your hand. I will ask you to submit to the oath and give you time to make your statements. Mr. Otu, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, your address, and your statement for the record, sir. And Happy New Year. Good to see you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Ni Ablade Ajoga Otu, 62 Hutton Terrace, Newark, New Jersey. I really wasn't sure about this project, but I'm very pleasantly surprised. Again, growing up in Newark and passing by there every day from home to high school, Arts High, where I went. That edifice right at pretty much the knuckle of Broad Street and Lincoln Park was always, even after it burned, it still had a prominence. And I'm happy that somebody has taken the task of restoring it. And I totally agree with and support trying to put the cupolas back. I think it just gives it a majesty that from the past that you want to keep. There's so many historic buildings that end up getting torn down, and to try to reclaim some of that is great. I love the design. I love the idea. We're keeping trees, so that's great. I love the fact that we're adding housing to the city of Newark, which Newark desperately needs. I was unsure about this project, but seeing it in its totality, I wholeheartedly support it, and I can't wait to see it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hines, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name, give us your address, and your statement for the record, sir.
My name is Joe Hines. I live at 90 Clinton Avenue. I am the president of our condo association. I lived in Newark for 4 years. I live here with my wife and my 5-month-old son. I just wanted to support my proposal specifically around the removal of the parking minimums and increasing pedestrian safety. I do walk around the neighborhood a lot, and I will tell you it has gotten a lot more difficult due to the traffic conditions of having of walking across the street a lot of the time. I really feel that neighborhood like Lincoln Park should be prioritizing the people who invest in the community here, and a lot of those are pedestrians. Not to mention that having an area that is less car centric does produce more jobs, more opportunities for local businesses, and I know that's something we greatly need. The health of a community can be shown by the amount of times the dollar changes here, and I really believe that we need people that live here, that spend their time here, and also that work here. We hear a lot of how close it is to the pass station, but we have a lot of industry here, and we really should be prioritizing people who don't have to have the barrier of entry to live in Newark, shouldn't just be having a car. And so, yeah, for me, I just really strongly believe that, removing the parking regulations will incentivize a lot more parking, less parking, but also it will help people be able to live in the city a lot more safely and improve the quality of life. And lastly, I just want to say, I know I've looked at studies. I know that parking is overall a very poor investment. There is no rate of return. It will actually drive up the cost of the units for people, and the developer will have to make up the difference. And it's only going to increase the traffic here. So I think people, in an urban environment where we are the biggest city in the most densely populated state, we should have better choices of how we can get around in the city. And so I believe that this development is a step in the right direction.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Hines. Mr. Taliaferro, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Please
Chair.
state your name, give us your address, and your statement for the record, sir.
My name is Jared Talifer. I live at 69 Congress Street, Newark, New Jersey. I am the executive director and founder of the Great Oaks Legacy Charter School. Recently appeared before this board, and we are around the corner from Lincoln Park. We've been there for over a decade and are excited about all of the development that's gone before this board over the last couple of months. We are looking forward to having Lincoln Park, who is a community anchor and partner of ours, right around the corner from us. And we're excited that I think it was noted many of our kids walk by that empty facade every single day, and it's going to be really exciting to have more housing. Our teachers are always looking for places to live in close proximity to the school. We offer a residency bonus of $1,300 per year for any teacher who resides in the city of Newark. So they would be eligible for that bonus if they chose to live there. And we're just really excited for the project and think the more people we have walking around the street, the safer it's going to be. And grateful for everybody who presented the project today.
Thank you. Ms. Shorter, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you please state your name and give us your statement, your address and statement for the record, please?
Certainly. My name is Robin Shorter. My address is 343 Leslie Street. Good evening, members of the board. Again, I am Robin Shorter. I have been employed in Lincoln Park for 19 years. I also lived in Lincoln Park for 12 years and had the privilege of purchasing a home. I have 50-year roots here in Lincoln Park, as my grandmother and my great-grandmother lived here. So I'm really connected to Lincoln Park. I've also been on several committees with the Lincoln Park Coast Cultural District, and we've worked tirelessly to uplift and beautify the community, from the community gardens that I've worked in to the community cleanups, as well as participated in a wealth of just family-friendly activities. It's a robust community I'm vastly connected to. I think that this project definitely has the potential to significantly, just improve the quality of life here. And I believe this project will just breathe new life into the community. So I am 100% in favor and support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Williams, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, your address, and you give us your statement for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Kimberly Williams, and I'm a homeowner at 478 Washington Street, which is right on the corner of Washington and Crawford Street. So from my unit, I can see or will see this development from my window. And I just couldn't be more happy, me and my spouse here, Tasha, about this development because it's truly the culmination of some visionaries, Anthony Smith and Susan Austin and the entire team at Lincoln Park Coast Cultural District have worked tirelessly in this neighborhood, and I'm proud to have partnered with them shoulder to shoulder. I remember when that very site was the Lincoln Park Community Farm, in which we had, community shared agriculture grown in that space. I've participated in community cleanups. I've seen the community grow from the inception of the Lincoln Park Music Festival to now celebrating decades of bringing the community together around culture, around sustainability, and just really inviting the community itself to participate envisioning what it wants. And so to see this happen is so inspiring. And I know it's just another way that the community is transforming with the shepherd of Lincoln Park Coast Cultural District. And it's just gonna build on what's already been building in that community, revitalizing and recapturing the essence of its culture and its history. And so I truly support this development, and I can't wait to see it happen. Literally, can't wait to see it happen.
Thank you. Ms. Shakur, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name, give us your address and your statement for the record, please.
Yes, Fayemi Shakur, 197 Broome Street, Newark. I really appreciate the testimonies shared today, the representation of the council, the vision, the plan, all of it. I didn't see this before, and to see it in this way also makes me very excited, and I echo everything that everyone has said before me. I also serve as the Arts and Cultural Affairs Director for the City of Newark. This project is a long time coming. It serves as an anchor for the southern end of Broad Street. We've seen a lot of development happening at the northern end with the expansion of NJ campus, with the Newark Museum of Art campus. And now on the northern end, we have this opportunity, at the southern end rather, we have this opportunity to really emphasize Newark Symphony Hall and Lincoln Park, such a corridor for when you're coming in from the airport and you come into the city. This will be the anchor that people see, and I'm really excited about it and how Lincoln Park has been able to revitalize the Lincoln Park neighborhood through all of their efforts over 2 decades of work.
Thank you, Ms. Shakur. Are there any further members of the public who would care to give a statement at this time? If so, please raise your hand. If you're on the phone, press *9. Do so now, please. I see no further hands. Council, do you want to sum up or are you going to submit?
Thank you very much. I could not say anything more in support than the community has for this project. So I will yield to the board and submit to the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. We're now in discussion. May I have discussion from the board?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Hall.
I want to thank the community for weighing in. I won't say a lot because they've said it all. But on the south end of Broad Street, as Ms. Shakur said, coming in from the airport or wherever, to see on that corner at that light, what we've seen illustrated to us, be a beacon of light as you enter into our great city of Newark. I think it's a wonderful project as community. It has apartments for people to live. It's utilizing space well, but preserving that church. Front of that church is something really, really special. And as Ms. Shakur indicated, she must have been in my head. City Hall is there. And there's also other new developments. And hopefully this will spark even more. But this is a wonderful, wonderful thing. Always loved that area. We had a lodge in one of the brownstones there many years ago. Lincoln Park is the assembly point for the African American Parade, which we will be doing it this year. I'm excited. I'm excited that this is happening there. I'll leave it at that. But this is something that's really, really special, and I'm very, very much in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair Montford.
Thank you, Chair. This is what I can call full circle. Being on this board. When I first got to the board, Baye was here. With Baye came about this particular project when I first got on the board, and we are finally getting to the fourth quarter with this with this project in this city. Although, because this is Super Bowl week, Counselor, you fumbled and recovered your fumble on these trees. Because to make a statement like that for a project that's right next to a bunch of trees was a fumble, but you recovered very well. You recovered very well. This project has been long overdue. For many years of us who lived in this city, whether we drove our own car, whether we was on New Jersey Transit, whether we was walking, this site had become just, when are they going to do something with it? What's going to happen with it? And you kept hearing the stories over and over again. It's coming, it's coming. Then when I got to the board, Baye came and it was like, okay, we're going to move on it. Then, of course, come down to raising funds and things like that got to be done. But now we're in the fourth quarter, and I love the project. It's totally different. We know parking is going to be an issue. And that's a concern throughout Newark anywhere. So you got some planning to do, because I don't know how you're going to control the festival and keep your tenants happy when it do get fully done. So that's on you, Anthony. But I'm in favor of the project.
Thank you. Any further comments from the board?
I have my hand raised.
Yes.
Okay.
Michelle.
So due to the lateness of the hour, both my commissioners have said it all, but I just want to commend them because this was a long time coming and they stayed the course for many, many, many years. And I'm, glad to see that that area is going to come alive again. So
Thank
ends my comment. I'll be in favor of the project.
Thank you. I had a lot of concerns about this application. Parking is a serious problem. I hear Mr. Hines say that he was from New York, but in Jersey, we all want to have a car and we all want to have a free parking space. Well, that is changing in Newark for sure, as is traffic. I had a concern that, and was kind of surprised that this application came with absolutely no parking. I had a concern about unit size. I think some of those studio units are a bit below what's required, the recommendations of the NJHMFA. Not too many, but still some. They are small. The height of this building is also a concern. But those cupolas, if they can be restored, will really work to lessen that. I do want to thank, and I wasn't supportive of this application. I want to thank council and her team for really working hard with the board and agreeing to several conditions of approval, some that are fairly tough and rigorous, but I think will really help to make this project work better. We all drive past that spot, and it's been in disrepair for too long, and as an entryway to our city, it says something about our city. So it will be great to see this restored, because council, you and your team worked so hard with the board on these conditions. I will be joining the other members who mentioned that they would be in support. Are there any further comments from the board? If none, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve ZBA 24-23, 1033 Broad Street with all conditions mentioned on the record.
Motion for approval with conditions, Comisarios, may I have a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Jones, call the roll, please.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Hall,
Yes.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Comesañas,
Yes.
Member Cobian,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Yes.
Chair Font.
Yes, council, I'm going to ask that you do something that we often do. I think it's a bit unusual, but for site plan approval, I'm going to ask if you would agree to accept a conditional preliminary and a conditional final site plan approval. Those conditions would evaporate if you can show board staff and city staff that you've complied with all the conditions that you agreed to and that were raised there. Of course, if there's some dispute, you certainly have the power to come back to this board. Is that agreeable to you, council?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. May I have a motion for? I'm sorry. Did you
move it?
Oh, okay.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Hall,
Yes.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Comesañas,
Yes.
Member Cobian,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Vice Chair Monfort.
Yes.
Chair Font.
Yes, congratulations. Your application and preliminary and conditional final site plan have been approved.
Thank you very much. We appreciate all the board's time tonight, and I think this is a great project that really can't wait to see be developed.
Thank you. Council memorialization of resolution.
Yes, we have five actually.
Number one.
The first one is ZBA 24-37, 542 Broadway.
Are there any proposed revisions or dissents? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Member Hall,
Yes.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Comesañas,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Cobian,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Yes.
Chair Font.
Yes, council.
ZBA 16-57, 18-26 New York Avenue, and 17-19 Garden Street.
Are there any proposed revisions or dissents? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Member Hall,
Yes.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Comesañas,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Cobian,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Yes.
Chair Font.
Yes. Council.
ZBA 24-40, 41-43 Fillmore Street.
Any proposed revisions or dissents? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Member Hall,
Yes.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Comesañas,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Cobian,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Yes.
Chair Font.
Yes, council.
ZBA 24-44, 586-616 US Highway Route 1 and 9.
Any proposed revisions or dissents? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Member Hall,
Yes.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Comesañas,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Cobian,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Yes.
Chair Alphont.
Yes, I think we voted on the council resolution, didn't we?
I
Did
don't
we
think
vote?
we did, no.
Okay, we received the council, the resolution to reappoint board council earlier today. I'm sure you all got a chance to read that. Are there any questions regarding that resolution? Are there any proposed revisions? If none, call the roll, please.
Member Hall,
Yes.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Comesañas,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Cobian,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Yes.
Chair Alphont.
Yes. One of the few things that the cost hasn't risen. Memorialization of minutes. January 9th. Are there any proposed revisions or corrections to the minutes of January 9th? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Member Hall,
Yes.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Comesañas,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Cobian,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Yes.
Chair Alphont.
Yes, council, any reason why we have to convene into executive session?
No, sir, but I would like to say something on behalf of myself and Michael. We just want to thank the board for considering us for one more year. We enjoy serving you and we look forward to working with you again for you this year.
Thank you.
And I have a comment on behalf of the board. We want to thank you for
Mhm.
wanting to come back again.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you.
Oh, thank
Yeah.
you.
It was a little shaky there for a while when they didn't pay you for 2 years, but
I was about to
let that
say.
go.
Who
You let
needs
that
pay?
go. You let that go. You forgot about that, and you're back. Thanks a lot, Nadej.
Thank you.
Can I ask one
Yep.
other question?
Sure.
Tonight just seemed like old times again because it's 11.
Yep.
If we, like, wouldn't this have been problematic if those other cases had not asked to
And,
be?
and I was just going to raise that. I was
Oh,
just gonna,
I'm glad great minds think alike.
yeah, I was just going to raise that. I was going to ask Miss Mejia to say the time as she always does. We finally finish. It is 10:58. How many cases did we get through tonight, Miss Mejia?
A lot.
We got through 3 cases. 3 cases and 1 extension. Is that right?
That is true.
There is no way that we would have gotten through 5 cases. And again, I think we've said this in the past, to tell people, to put people on the agenda and let them think they're going to be heard when there's no way that's going to happen, it just gives them false hope and will piss them off even more.
Yeah,
So
hey, everyone.
I know there is pressure, tremendous pressure on you to load up the agenda. People are used to, do you know how many matters are on the planning board agenda, Ms. Mejia?
A lot. They get like 8, sometimes 9.
Yeah, we are a different board. We're a different board. And for people to think that we can do the volume the planning board does is mistaken. We've never done that. We ask a lot of questions. We take a lot of testimony. So, 3 cases is often rough for us to get through. 4, we max out, and sometimes you don't get to that. 5 is I don't remember the last time we got through 5.
It's very misleading, especially once we hit cases that are deep variances. It becomes very misleading. 9 times out of 10, you're going to have more community engagement. And there's no way, because of the law, there's no way to separate it. The law says once it's ready, it's ready. You can't say, oh, it's a D variance, I'm not gonna put it on because we got 3 D variances. But people don't understand that, you have a vendor, you have an applicant that pays for these lawyers, planners, and everybody to come, and then they have to get adjourned because we're not, I was tired today, and I said to myself, wow, I kind of missed the 7 o'clock start. I could have went home and got a great nap, but it's difficult to even get a break. We're all coming straight from
Work.
Yeah.
so there's people don't understand. We don't get a break. We are working. We're doing when we have these meetings, we're pretty much on 18, 20-hour days.
And again, Miss Mejia, we're not coming down on you. We realize that you're being pressed by others. Yeah.
Whoever.
And you know what? Let's you, me, and Vice Chair Monfort talk offline and see how we can, if and how we can help take some of this pressure off you, if it's at all possible. But again, not coming off on you. You've been fantastic.
Considering they threw her in the fire.
Yeah. Yeah.
In fact, you've been great.
Yeah, that's how you come out as gold. Fire is good.
If there's nothing else, motion to adjourn is always in order.
Motion. Good night.
All in favor?
Aye.